Hey there! Tonight, we're leaving behind the noise of the mortal world and stepping into the myths of ancient Greece. Into a land of shining temples, echoing oracles, and the watchful gaze of the gods. This is the story of Athena, goddess of wisdom, strategy, and war. Born from the mind of Zeus himself, she was both protector of cities and patron of clever thought. She stood for courage, justice, and the kind of strength that doesn't always come from the sword. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who else is out there, drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights. Let the stillness settle in. Close your eyes. And let's begin with the tale of Athena, goddess of wisdom. In the beginning, before gods and mortals had settled into their quarrels and arrangements, there was chaos. Not chaos in the messy bedroom sense, though no doubt that existed too, but chaos as the Greeks imagined it. A yawning void, a kind of cosmic soup out of which all things emerged. From this abyss came the earliest primordial beings, Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky, and so forth. If you're feeling already a little drowsy, that's quite understandable. After all, the Greeks did have a habit of creating very long family trees for their deities. Entire generations of gods sprang forth before the more familiar Olympians even appeared on the stage. Zeus, father of Athena, belonged to the second or third great wave of divinity, and it is in his reign that our story truly begins. Now, the Greeks did not imagine their gods as distant abstractions, sitting far away in the clouds, doing nothing in particular. No, the gods were rather more human than that. Jealous, impulsive, argumentative, occasionally noble, but more often meddling in the affairs of mortals. Mount Olympus, their supposed residence, was less a place of unearthly serenity and more like the world's first squabbling royal court. Picture it, a grand hall above the clouds, filled with the clink of goblets, the smell of roasted meats, and the rather constant sound of divine bickering. Into this noisy and rather dramatic household of Zeus, we shall soon introduce Athena. But before she makes her spectacular entrance, we must linger a little on her father, for he was a complicated character, both the king of the gods and, to put it politely, something of a philanderer. Zeus had a tendency to fall in love with, or at least into bed with, every goddess, nymph, and occasional mortal woman he encountered. He was, if nothing else, industrious in his affections. This habit frequently led to trouble with his wife Hera, who grew increasingly tired of his wandering eye. But from these divine escapades came many children, and Athena was one of the most remarkable. Now, Zeus's story with Athena begins with a goddess named Metis. Metis was not just any goddess. She was the goddess of wisdom, cunning thought, and wise counsel. She was clever in ways Zeus found both attractive and eventually a little alarming. For according to a prophecy whispered by Gaia and Uranus, the children of Metis were destined to be powerful. The first would be a daughter of great wisdom and strength, but the second, a son, would be so mighty that he might overthrow Zeus himself. And Zeus, who had only recently overthrown his own father, Cronus, was rather sensitive about being toppled from the throne. So, what was a god to do? In Zeus's case, the answer was both absurd and ingenious. He swallowed Metis whole. One moment she was beside him, and the next she was tucked away inside his stomach. The Greeks often told stories like this, wildly improbable, yet somehow resonant. By swallowing Metis, Zeus absorbed her wisdom, and he thought he had cleverly avoided the risk of fathering a dangerous son. But of course, myths have a way of taking unexpected turns. Some time later, Zeus began to suffer from a terrible headache. Not the ordinary kind brought on by too much wine or Hera's sharp words, but something far more severe. The pain grew unbearable until Zeus, mighty king of the gods, was brought low, clutching his head and howling. At this point, the smith god Hephaestus, or in some versions Prometheus, or even Hermes, depending on which storyteller you asked, stepped forward with an axe. Yes, an axe. And with one mighty swing, he split Zeus's head open. Out sprang Athena, fully grown and clad in gleaming armour, brandishing a spear and shield, and letting out a war cry that echoed across heaven and earth. One can imagine the scene. Hera raising an eyebrow, the other gods stepping back in astonishment, and Zeus blinking rapidly, relieved that his headache had at least subsided, though somewhat perturbed by the method of its resolution. This extraordinary birth was not merely a fanciful tale. It carried symbolic weight. For the Greeks, Athena was not a goddess of physical passion or maternal nurture, but of intellect, strategy, and clarity. She emerged not from the womb, but from the mind, embodying the very concept of wisdom born from thought. In a culture that prized cleverness and cunning as much as brute force, this origin was deeply significant. Now, it may strike us today as strange to have gods born from foreheads and swallowed mothers, but in the context of ancient Greece, myths were not simply entertainment. They explained the world. They embodied truths in metaphorical form. And in Athena's case, her unusual birth emphasized her uniqueness among the gods. She was quite literally a child of thought. Let us pause for a moment to reflect on what wisdom meant to the ancient Greeks. To them, wisdom was not the accumulation of trivia, nor merely a storehouse of facts. It was the ability to discern the right course of action, to balance cunning with justice, and to guide oneself and others through complexity. Athena represented this ideal. She was the steady hand on the tiller, the calm mind in the storm. Where other gods rushed headlong into trouble, she considered, planned, and chose her moves carefully. In short, she was the embodiment of strategy. But she was not solely about thought and reflection. The armour in which she appeared reminded all that wisdom, to the Greeks, was not divorced from strength. Rather, it guided strength, lending it purpose. A spear thrust without thought was Ares' domain, bloody, chaotic, and uncontrolled. But a spear wielded with calculation, aimed at precisely the right moment, in precisely the right place, that was Athena's art. Athena's birth, then, set the tone for her role in mythology. From the moment she emerged, she was different, independent, formidable, yet balanced by fairness. She was a goddess who could walk the battlefield and the courtroom, the workshop and the temple, all with equal grace. As the Greeks looked up at their star-filled skies, they would tell these tales not merely to amuse, but to anchor themselves in meaning. They believed that wisdom, strategy, and the civilizing arts were gifts of the gods, and they saw in Athena the highest expression of these virtues. Her very existence reminded them that victory was not always won by the strongest arm, but often by the keenest mind. Historically speaking, Athena's story reflects how much the ancient Greeks valued intellect alongside physical prowess. Their city-states thrived not just through military power, but through diplomacy, architecture, and governance. The very act of storytelling, these elaborate myths passed from generation to generation, was itself a kind of wisdom sharing. And so Athena was not only a goddess on Olympus, but also a mirror of the Greek ideal of a balanced, thoughtful life. One mustn't forget, too, the element of humour embedded in these tales. Imagine, if you will, poor Zeus, the mightiest of gods, felled not by an enemy titan or a rebellious hero, but by an excruciating migraine. That the solution required a celestial axe to the skull makes one wonder whether the Greeks, when recounting this myth around their fires, chuckled a little at their great god's expense. It would hardly be the first or last time Zeus found himself the butt of a divine joke. In the centuries that followed, poets, sculptors, and playwrights all returned to this dramatic moment of Athena's birth. Temples rose in her honour, plays invoked her name, and philosophers pondered her qualities. But at the heart of it all remained this strange, powerful image, a goddess of wisdom leaping, armed and radiant, from the very head of her father. And so, as we drift gently from this chapter of our tale, we leave Athena standing tall and bright, her armour gleaming, her owl perhaps perched nearby, and the other Olympians still a little stunned at the spectacle. It is the dawn of her story, and already she shines as something different, something necessary, a reminder that in the dance of gods and mortals, wisdom has its rightful place alongside strength. Zeus, as we established in the first chapter, was a god of many appetites and even more anxieties. Though he held the title King of the Gods, he was forever glancing nervously over his shoulder, watching for the next rival who might unseat him. After all, the Greek divine family tree had a rather repetitive pattern. The son rises, the father falls. Uranus was overthrown by Cronus, and Cronus was in turn overthrown by Zeus. If you were in Zeus's sandals, you'd be wondering whether your crown came with a built-in expiration date. And then there was that prophecy. Ah, the Greeks loved a prophecy. If there wasn't a prediction to unsettle things, you could be sure someone would invent one. In this case, the prophecy said that Metis, the goddess of wisdom and cunning thought, would bear children of extraordinary power. First a daughter, wise and strong, and then a son destined to surpass his father. For Zeus, who had only just secured his throne, the prospect was about as welcome as a thunderstorm during a picnic. So he did what any sensible, all-powerful deity would do. He swallowed Metis whole. Yes, rather drastic. And no, he did not chew. The Greeks left us with many images of gods swallowing their offspring, or in this case their lovers. But one must assume the scene looked somewhat undignified. A great king of Olympus, sitting there, gulping down the goddess of wisdom like a particularly inconvenient oyster. But swallowing Metis did not mean the story was over. Far from it. You see, wisdom cannot be so easily contained. Metis, within the cavernous halls of Zeus's stomach, continued to live, continued to think, and most importantly, continued to create. Soon she bore a child within Zeus, one who would make her entrance in a fashion unlike any other. Now, when we say Zeus developed a headache, we must remember that this was not your average, mild inconvenience. No amount of herbal tea or a nap in a darkened room would suffice. This was a god-sized headache. pain was said to be so fierce that Zeus staggered about, groaning and clutching his brow. The other Olympians, one imagines, must have looked on with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Concern because Zeus's distress was frightening, and curiosity because gods are not usually prone to migraines. The solution came in the form of an axe. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, was summoned. Now, Hephaestus was not one to question a peculiar request. His whole life, after all, was peculiar. Cast from Olympus as a baby for being lame, he had made his way back into divine society through sheer craftsmanship. So when Zeus bellowed for someone to split open his skull, Hephaestus took up his hammer and axe without hesitation. Perhaps he even thought, at last a project with a bit of flair. And so, with one mighty blow, Hephaestus struck Zeus on the head. Out sprang Athena, fully grown, gleaming with divine light, clad in armour, shield in one hand, spear in the other. She did not stumble or cry out. She shouted a war cry so fierce that the heaven shook. The gods gasped, mortals below trembled, and Zeus, relieved of his splitting pain, must have blinked several times in astonishment. What a moment it must have been. Imagine it, the sky cracking open, a goddess born not in infancy, but in perfection, her eyes bright with intelligence, her bearing noble and resolute. She had no childhood, no awkward years of growth, no dependence on parents. She was, from her very first breath, complete. But myths are never just about spectacle. This extraordinary birth had a deeper symbolism. Athena did not emerge from the womb, but from the head, the seat of thought, intellect and vision. This told the Greeks that she was not merely another goddess of the hearth or field, but the embodiment of wisdom itself. Her weapons and armour underscored that wisdom is not passive. It is active, decisive, and at times martial. The Greeks valued this blend of intellect and strength, seeing in Athena the perfect guardian of their ideals. If we compare Athena's arrival with that of other Olympians, the contrast is striking. Dionysus, for example, was born from Zeus's thigh, after a rather complicated and tragic incident involving his mortal mother, Semele. Aphrodite, depending on the version, arose from sea foam, a vision of beauty and allure. Each birth carried meaning, but Athena's was the most startling of all. A dramatic affirmation that wisdom was divine, essential, and inseparable from the very mind of Zeus. Of course, one must also imagine the family dynamics. Hera, Zeus's long-suffering wife, had endured many of her husband's affairs. To now find that a new goddess had popped out of his forehead, fully armoured, must have been exasperating. One wonders if she said something like, "Really, Zeus? Another one?" But Athena was different. She was not a rival in beauty like Aphrodite, nor a threat to Hera's queenly authority. Instead, she became a trusted companion of her father, often siding with him in disputes. In many myths, Zeus favoured her above all his children. From this startling birth, Athena began her journey as a central figure in Greek myth and worship. She was not the goddess of wisdom in the abstract sense, but of practical wisdom, strategy, craftsmanship, justice, and skill. To the Greeks, she represented the best of civilization, the order and knowledge that set them apart from the chaos of barbarism. Historically speaking, we can see why the Greeks would elevate such a figure. Their society valued cleverness, or metis, the very quality embodied by Athena's mother. Odysseus, one of their greatest heroes, was known not for sheer brawn, but for his cunning strategies. and Athena was often portrayed as his divine patron. To survive in a world of shifting alliances, dangerous seas, and hostile neighbours, wisdom was as necessary as strength. Even the way Athena was depicted in art reflected these values. She was often shown wearing a helmet, carrying a spear, and bearing the aegis, a shield adorned with the head of Medusa. The owl, symbol of watchful wisdom, became her sacred creature. Where Aphrodite was shown with flowing hair and seductive charm, Athena stood upright, resolute, her expression calm yet commanding. She was beauty tempered by dignity, power balanced by restraint. The Greeks also associated her birth with the idea of balance between male and female principles. Though she sprang from her father alone, she carried within her the wisdom of her mother, Metis. She represented a union of masculine strength and feminine intelligence, qualities the Greeks saw as essential to harmony. It is worth noting, too, how later cultures interpreted this myth. The Romans adopted Athena as Minerva, goddess of wisdom and crafts. Renaissance thinkers, centuries later, saw her as a symbol of rationality and virtue. To this day, her image adorns libraries, universities, and even coins, a reminder that knowledge and strategy remain timeless virtues. But let us return to that moment of her birth, because it is easy to lose sight of the sheer theatricality of it all. One can imagine the Olympians leaning back in astonishment, perhaps even applauding. Apollo, ever the musician, might have struck a celebratory note on his lyre. Hermes, quick-witted and irreverent, perhaps made a joke at Zeus's expense. Next time, father, try an aspirin. Even the usually dour Hades might have cracked a smile in his shadowy realm below. And there stood Athena, unflinching, radiant, her armour catching the light of Olympus. A goddess unlike any before her. A goddess who would come to shape the fate not only of heroes, but of entire cities. For from the mind of Zeus, the Greeks believed, had come the very essence of wisdom itself, clothed in human form, ready to walk among gods and mortals alike. As you listen, you might imagine the hush that followed her war cry, the calm after the storm, the moment when all of Olympus recognized that something new had entered the world. It was not merely the birth of a goddess, but the birth of an idea. The idea that thought, strategy, and wisdom could stand shoulder to shoulder with strength, courage, and passion. And so we leave this chapter with Athena newly born, standing proud and luminous on Olympus, the daughter of thought itself, her presence already reshaping the divine order. The headache may have been Zeus's, but the blessing was humanity's. For in that moment, wisdom had found her voice. Athena, as we know, came into the world in a manner that was both startling and singular. No childhood, no tender lullabies, no need for careful nurturing. One moment, Zeus was clutching his head in pain, and the next, a goddess of wisdom and war stood before him, radiant and fully grown. It was, one might say, a birth that rather skipped the messy middle. From the very beginning, then, Athena was set apart. And so it is no wonder that her life, too, was different from the pattern of most gods and goddesses. While others concern themselves with love affairs, rivalries, or the complicated business of producing heirs, Athena chose a path of complete independence. She was Athena Parthenos, the Virgin Athena. This title was so central to her identity that the greatest temple ever built in her honour was named for it, the Parthenon, the Temple of the Virgin. Now, when the ancient Greeks called her Virgin, they meant something far more profound than what the word usually suggests in our modern conversations. Virginity, in Athena's case, was not about abstinence alone. It was about self-possession. It meant that she was not defined by marriage, by motherhood, or by any entanglement with another. She was her own being, sovereign and complete, answering to no man, no god, and no mortal. This independence was unusual for a female figure in Greek myth, and it made Athena an object of fascination. The Greeks often contrasted her with other great goddesses. Hera, for instance, was the ever-watchful wife, forever preoccupied with Zeus's affairs and forever cross about them. Demeter was the archetypal mother, whose identity was tied to her beloved daughter, Persephone. Aphrodite was passion embodied, swept this way and that by desire, causing mortals and immortals alike to lose their wits. Against this tapestry of feminine figures, Athena stood alone, serene, untouchable, not distracted by longing or tied down by obligation. It was not that she was cold, far from it. Athena cared deeply for justice, for her city, for the heroes she chose to guide. But her care was measured, her affection deliberate. She did not swoon into the arms of lovers or lash out in jealous rages. Instead, she chose when and how to intervene, like a chess player moving a piece with calm precision. In this way, she represented the very ideal of wisdom, thoughtful, self-contained, and purposeful. Now, one mustn't imagine that this independence went entirely unchallenged. The myths, after all, are full of gods who simply couldn't leave well enough alone. Take Hephaestus, for example. The smith god, brilliant though he was, found himself overcome with desire for Athena. Accounts vary as to how this happened, but one version tells us that Hephaestus, having done Zeus a great service, asked for Athena's hand in marriage as a reward. Zeus, perhaps distracted or perhaps mischievous, said yes. Athena, however, said no, quite firmly in fact, but Hephaestus was not easily deterred. He pursued her, and in the scuffle that followed, Athena remained untouched. But in the struggle, Hephaestus's seed spilled upon the earth. From that seed was born Erichthonius, who would one day become a legendary king of Athens. Athena, ever the rational goddess, did not abandon the child. She raised Erichthonius with care, placing him in a chest and entrusting him to the daughters of Cecrops, the first king of Athens. But her own virginity remained intact. Even in this most compromising of myths, her independence was preserved. There were other stories too that reinforced this identity. One of the most famous is the tale of Tiresias. He was a mortal who, quite by accident, stumbled upon Athena while she was bathing. Now, this was a grave offence, though entirely unintentional. No mortal was permitted to look upon the virgin goddess unclothed. Athena, unwilling to let such a breach pass, struck him blind, but in her characteristic fairness, she also granted him the gift of prophecy, so that his loss was balanced by a new power. It was a harsh lesson, but also a just one. Athena's virginity was not to be violated, even by chance. Her independence was echoed in the rituals of her worship. In Athens, young maidens known as archephoroi took part in sacred duties for the goddess. These girls, chosen from noble families, would weave the peplos, a great robe offered to Athena during the Panathenea festival. The weaving was symbolic. Young women, not yet married, serving the virgin goddess with the work of their own hands. Their maidenhood reflected her purity. Their craftsmanship reflected her wisdom. In honouring her, They celebrated their own brief season of independence before marriage would claim them. The symbolism of Athena's virginity went beyond the personal. To the Greeks, it carried political weight. Athena, as Parthenos, was the perfect patron of Athens, a city that saw itself as rational, orderly, and self-sufficient. Unlike other cities, which might be devoted to a god of passion or fertility, Athens was devoted to wisdom itself. The Parthenon, gleaming on the Acropolis, stood not just as a religious temple, but as a statement. This city is guided by intellect, by clarity, by a goddess who cannot be swayed. Philosophers took the symbolism further still. For them, Athena's virginity represented the untouched purity of truth. Just as Athena remained unclaimed by any lover, so too was wisdom unclaimed by passion or corruption. Plato and his successors often spoke of truth as something pure, eternal, and untouched by the messiness of human desire. In Athena, they saw this truth embodied in divine form. Artists too found inspiration in her. She was painted and sculpted not as a seductress, but as a warrior maiden, calm and commanding. Her helmet and spear spoke of her martial power, while her serene face spoke of wisdom. The contrast was striking. While Aphrodite was depicted with flowing hair and sensual curves, Athena stood upright, armoured, resolute. She was beauty tempered by dignity, strength balanced by reason. It is worth pausing to reflect on how rare such a figure was in the ancient imagination. In a culture where women were often expected to remain in the domestic sphere, Athena strode across battlefields, guided kings, and settled disputes. She was, in many ways, a contradiction. A female figure embodying qualities the Greeks often coded as masculine, yet doing so without compromising her identity. Her virginity, paradoxically, allowed her to move in the world of men without being bound by it. She was beyond the reach of desire, and therefore beyond the reach of limitation. Of course, this independence sometimes made her seem distant. Mortals could pray to her, could seek her counsel, but they could not imagine embracing her as they might Aphrodite or Demeter. Athena inspired reverence rather than intimacy. She was the goddess you turned to for guidance, not for comfort. Yet in this distance lay her power. She was the calm in the storm, the voice of reason when all others shouted in anger. The Romans, when they adopted her as Minerva, emphasized this quality even more. They saw her as the goddess of intellect, crafts and professions, the patron of scholars, artisans, and strategists. In their hands, she became a symbol of civic life, the guiding intelligence of the empire. And when Renaissance thinkers rediscovered her, they embraced her virginity as a mark of her incorruptible nature. To them, she was the personification of reason, standing above the passions that so often led humanity astray. Yet for all this lofty symbolism, the Greeks themselves never forgot the humour in their myths. Imagine the poor Tiresias stumbling onto a bathing goddess and being struck blind for his trouble. Or poor Hephaestus, earnest and determined, yet rejected so firmly that even his attempt at union resulted in a child born of the earth itself. These stories reminded the Greeks that wisdom was not merely solemn, but also untouchable, in ways that could be both awe-inspiring and on occasion a little amusing. So we return to the image of Athena Parthenos, the virgin goddess of wisdom. She stands on the Acropolis, her great statue by Phidias gleaming with gold and ivory, her gaze fixed on eternity. She is not a mother, not a lover, not a wife. She is herself, complete and entire. She embodies the independence of thought, the clarity of vision, the purity of wisdom untainted by passion. And for the Greeks, that was enough. More than enough. For in a world filled with chaos, with gods who argued and mortals who faltered, Athena's virginity was not a lack, but a presence of serenity, of order, of rational strength. She was, and remains, the shining ideal of wisdom, untouchable and eternal. And so, as the night deepens and our tale slows, imagine her now, standing tall in armour, her owl perched nearby, her eyes calm but unyielding. She is Athena Parthenos, the virgin, guardian of wisdom and patron of a city that bore her name, a goddess who belonged to no one because she belonged to herself, and, in her wisdom, to all who sought her guidance. Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategy, did not remain a figure of lofty detachment on Olympus. She was not content simply to stand in her gleaming armour, staring serenely into the distance, like some divine statue come to life. No, she stepped into the stories of mortals, guiding them, advising them, and shaping their destinies. If Zeus was king of the gods, unpredictable and thundering, and Hera was queen, ever watchful and often wrathful, then Athena was something else entirely. A patron, a mentor, the steady hand on the shoulder of the hero. It is one of the defining qualities of Athena that she so often favoured mortals, particularly those whose success depended on more than brute strength. She had a fondness for cleverness, for resilience, for the sort of mind that asked not, "How hard can I strike?" but rather, "What is the right strike to make?" To the Greeks, this made perfect sense. After all, their greatest tales were not only about brawn, but about cunning. And who better to embody that than Athena? Let us begin with Perseus, one of the earliest and most famous of her protégés. Perseus, poor lad, was set an impossible task: to slay Medusa, the Gorgon, whose very gaze could turn men to stone. Hardly the kind of monster one could face with a bit of bravado and a sharp sword. But Athena, along with Hermes, stepped in to help. She gave Perseus a polished bronze shield, instructing him to use its reflection to look upon Medusa without meeting her eyes directly. It was brilliant, really. A monster whose eyes could petrify? Very well, don't look at her eyes at all. With Athena's clever trick, Perseus crept upon the Gorgon, struck, and carried off her head. This was not merely a tale of monster slaying. It was a lesson in strategy. When brute force will not do, wit and foresight must carry the day. One imagines the Greeks listening to this tale around their hearths, nodding sagely. Yes, they would think, wisdom triumphs where strength alone would fail. And, indeed, Medusa's head itself became part of Athena's arsenal, set upon her shield or aegis, a reminder that terror can be turned into protection when guided by intellect. Athena's guidance was not limited to heroes fighting monsters. She also aided those struggling with the unpredictable twists of life. Consider Heracles, the great strongman of Greek myth. Famous for his immense strength, Heracles might seem an unlikely favourite of Athena, yet even he, the mightiest of mortals, required her wisdom. During his famous 12 labours, Athena often appeared to offer advice or tools. When he faced the Stymphalian birds, whose razor-sharp feathers rained down like arrows, it was Athena who gave him a rattle to startle them from the trees, making them easy targets. Even Heracles, it turned out, needed strategy alongside strength. And then there was Bellerophon, tasked with defeating the Chimera, that fire-breathing beast with the body of a lion, the head of a goat rising from its back, and the tail of a serpent. A creature so inconveniently designed that one imagines the gods chuckling when they cobbled it together. But Athena, ever generous with her clever ideas, provided Bellerophon with a golden bridle. With it he tamed Pegasus, the winged horse, and from the skies struck down the monster. Again, the lesson was clear. Wisdom provides the means to conquer even the most fearsome foe. But of all Athena's mortal favourites, none captured her devotion more than Odysseus. If ever there was a man after her own heart, it was the wily king of Ithaca. Odysseus was not the strongest of the Greeks who fought at Troy, nor the most handsome, nor even the noblest. But he was clever. He could weave words into persuasion, spin plots within plots, and devise tricks that left even the gods impressed. During the Trojan War, it was Odysseus who conceived the idea of the wooden horse, a stratagem so audacious that it has echoed through history as the very symbol of cunning victory. And who do you suppose whispered encouragement, nudging the idea along? Athena, of course. The goddess who prized intellect above brute force must have been delighted. Imagine her watching as the Trojans dragged the horse through their gates, blissfully unaware, while Odysseus and his men waited inside, hidden like a spark within kindling. It was not only a victory for Greece, but a triumph of Athena's way of thinking. Her relationship with Odysseus did not end with Troy. Indeed, it grew stronger in the long, perilous years of his return journey. The Odyssey is, in many ways, as much a hymn to Athena as it is to her mortal champion. Time and again, she intervenes to guide him, disguising him, encouraging him, or smoothing his path. When Odysseus is shipwrecked, she stirs the thoughts of Princess Nausicaa, prompting her to discover the stranded hero. When he returns to Ithaca, it is Athena who cloaks him in the guise of a beggar, allowing him to size up the treacherous suitors before revealing himself. It is her wisdom, her patience, that keeps him alive, that brings him home at last. One cannot help but notice the deep affection between goddess and hero. While Zeus or Poseidon might meddle with mortals out of whim or spite, Athena's care for Odysseus is more enduring. She admires him, not for his muscle, but for his mind. He is, in a sense, her mirror among men, cunning, resourceful, and resolute. Their bond is one of mutual respect, perhaps the most genuine relationship between mortal and deity in all of Greek myth. Athena's role as patron of heroes speaks to the values of Greek society. While they celebrated strength, they revered cunning just as much. The world, after all, was full of dangers that could not be overcome by force alone. Monsters, enemies, storms, and the fickle will of the gods themselves. These required cleverness, adaptability, and foresight. By telling stories of Athena guiding their heroes, the Greeks affirmed their belief that wisdom was the truest strength of all. It is also worth noting that Athena's patronage often involved tools, objects imbued with power, yes, but also with meaning. The shield of Perseus, the bridle of Bellerophon, the rattle for Heracles. These were not brute force weapons, but instruments of strategy. Athena did not simply hand her champions a bigger sword. She gave them the means to think differently, to fight smarter. It was her way of teaching, of ensuring that her heroes did not merely win, but learn the value of foresight. Historically, this emphasis on cunning reflects the Greeks' own world. Their hoplite armies fought not as lone warriors, but in tightly ordered phalanxes, relying on discipline and strategy. Their city-states navigated alliances, rivalries, and diplomacy as carefully as they did wars. Wisdom was survival. Athena's heroes were not just stories of long ago, they were models for how Greeks themselves sought to live. Of course, one cannot resist a little humour in all this. The image of Perseus tiptoeing toward Medusa while peering nervously into his shiny shield is almost comic. Or poor Heracles, muscles bulging, reduced to shaking a rattle at birds like a very large and unusually dangerous toddler. Even Odysseus, clever as he was, often needed Athena to tug him back from disaster when his pride or temper got the better of him. These moments remind us that heroes, however great, were still fallible, and that wisdom often comes with a touch of irony. And so we see Athena not merely as a goddess of lofty ideals, but as a companion in the very practical struggles of life. She walked beside her heroes, not in sentiment, but in strategy. She gave them tools, ideas, and encouragement. She reminded them that victory lay not in brute force, but in the clarity of mind. And in doing so, she became more than a goddess. She became a teacher, a guide, a patron of those who dared to think as well as act. As the tales of Perseus, Heracles, Bellerophon, and Odysseus were told and retold, Athena's presence shone through them all. She was the invisible hand guiding the sword, the whisper of advice at the crucial moment, the gleam of insight that turned despair into triumph. And so the Greeks remembered her not only as a goddess on Olympus, but as a companion in their greatest stories, a goddess who stood for wisdom, and who proved time and again that it was wisdom that carried the day. And so we leave this chapter with Athena watching over her heroes, some triumphant, some weary, some humbled, but all of them shaped by her steady presence. She did not love them as Aphrodite might, nor command them as Zeus would. Instead, she guided them, patiently, cleverly, wisely. And that, perhaps, is the truest mark of a patron. Athena, though she was a goddess of wisdom, was also a goddess of war. At first glance, this may seem contradictory. After all, wisdom and violence are uneasy companions. Yet in Athena, they were reconciled. She did not revel in the bloodlust of battle as Ares did, nor did she strike out in anger or chaos. Instead, her war was measured, strategic, purposeful. She represented the art of war rather than its fury, the calm calculation of generals rather than the roaring frenzy of soldiers. This distinction between Athena and Ares is one of the most fascinating in all of Greek mythology. Ares, her half-brother, embodied the raw, unbridled energy of combat. He was passion without restraint, violence without reason. The poets often described him as a destabilizing force, charging into battle with little thought for consequence. His presence, to the Greeks, was as terrifying as it was destructive. Even the gods themselves found him exhausting. Zeus once called him the most hateful of his children. Athena, on the other hand, represented war tempered by intellect. She was the strategist, the planner, the embodiment of discipline. If Ares was the storm, Athena was the general who stood at the heart of it, issuing commands that transformed chaos into order. The Greeks, ever fond of order, found her approach far more admirable. One need only look at her iconography to see this distinction. Athena is always armed, helmet upon her head, spear in hand, shield at her side, but her face remains calm, her posture steady. She is not charging, not raging, but standing ready. Her aegis, often adorned with the head of Medusa, is a symbol not of fury but of protection. She is the defender of cities, the guardian of civilization. Indeed, Athena was known above all as the goddess of polis, the city. The Greek city-state was not merely a collection of houses and walls. It was the foundation of their culture, their politics, their identity. To defend the polis was to defend the very essence of Greek life. And Athena, rational and disciplined, was the perfect protector. This protection was not only military. Athena taught the arts of war, the disciplines that made victory possible. She was said to have invented the chariot, to have guided the building of ships, to have taught men how to craft weapons. These were not instruments of destruction alone, but tools of defence, ensuring that cities could survive in a world of threats. To the Greeks, her gifts were practical, essential, and enduring. Consider the famous contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. Poseidon, god of the sea, offered the Athenians a salt spring, or in some versions a mighty horse, symbol of war. Athena, in contrast, offered the olive tree. At first glance, this might seem a modest gift compared to Poseidon's grand offerings, but the olive tree symbolized peace, sustenance, and prosperity. It provided food, oil, and wood, essentials for daily life and for trade. Athena's gift was practical, lasting, and wise. The Athenians chose her, and in doing so declared their devotion not to raw force, but to reasoned strength. Yet one must not think of Athena as a pacifist. She was not against war. She simply insisted that war be just. She embodied what the Greeks called dikaiosune, justice. Wars fought for plunder or revenge did not earn her favour, but wars fought to defend one's city, one's laws, one's people, those she blessed. In this, she was a moral force as well as a martial one. The Athenians themselves sought to reflect her ideals in their own history. Their victories were remembered as triumphs not merely of strength, but of strategy. The Battle of Marathon, where the vastly outnumbered Athenians repelled the Persians, was seen as an Athena-like victory. Clever tactics and discipline overcoming brute force. The later naval battle of Salamis, where cunning and planning triumphed over sheer numbers, carried the same flavour. One can imagine the Athenians whispering prayers to Athena as their triremes sliced through Persian waters. The Romans, too, saw the appeal of Athena's warlike wisdom when they adopted her as Minerva. They admired discipline, strategy, and civic order, and in Minerva they saw all of these. Rome's armies were not mobs of fighters, but carefully organised legions, drilled to perfection. Their victories, like those of Athens before them, owed as much to structure and foresight as to courage. Minerva's presence was clear in every Roman camp. But let us return to Athena herself and the myths that shaped her warlike identity. One of the most striking tales is her confrontation with the giant Enceladus during the Gigantomachy, the great war between gods and giants. Enceladus was a fearsome opponent, but Athena faced him with calm determination. She crushed him beneath the earth, and in later tradition, his struggles were said to cause the rumblings of Mount Etna. Here, Athena's victory was not just one of force, but of inevitability, order triumphing over chaos. There is also her involvement in the Iliad. Though the poem is filled with Ares' raging presence, Athena's calm influence is equally vital. She aids the Greeks, but always with purpose. When Achilles, enraged, nearly strikes down Agamemnon at the start of the epic, It is Athena who seizes him by the hair and counsels restraint. Her intervention averts disaster, at least for a time. Later, she guides Diomedes in battle, granting him clarity and courage, helping him wound even the gods who opposed him. She does not fight recklessly, but with precision, ensuring that her champions strike where it matters most. Athena's martial wisdom extended beyond the battlefield into the realm of strategy and invention. She was said to have taught mortals how to fortify their cities, how to plan their defences, how to craft armour. These were not acts of destruction, but of preservation. Her war, always, was the war that secured civilization against chaos. One might even say that Athena's warlike qualities were not about fighting at all, but about balance. To her, war was a tool, not a passion. It was the means by which order was maintained, by which cities were preserved, by which justice was upheld. Ares might roar into battle without thinking. Athena chose her battles, and in choosing, made them meaningful. There is a quiet humour too, in the contrast between Athena and Ares. Imagine them side by side, Ares, bellowing, charging headlong, smashing indiscriminately. Athena, standing calm, spear poised, waiting for the exact moment to strike. It is a contrast that poets and storytellers relished. The Greeks, practical people that they were, found the idea of Ares faintly ridiculous, while Athena, measured and precise, earned their respect. One suspects that many a Greek hoplite, sweating beneath his bronze armour, took comfort in the idea that Athena, not Ares, watched over him. Philosophers, too, took note of this difference. Plato, for instance, often wrote about the need for balance between reason and passion, intellect and desire. Athena, in this light, was reason personified, the intellect guiding the sometimes unruly passions of men. Without her, war was chaos. With her, it was justice. And so Athena's role in the arts of war was not simply that of a fighter, but of a teacher, a strategist, a moral compass. She stood for the idea that war could be, and must be, disciplined, purposeful, and just. In this way, she gave the Greeks a model for their own lives, to fight not out of rage, but out of necessity, and always with reason at the helm. As we reflect on this, imagine her now, standing upon the walls of Athens, watching over her city. Helmet gleaming, spear in hand, eyes calm and unyielding. Around her, the city bustles with life, secure in her protection. She is not raging, not shouting, not charging. She is simply there, ready, steady, wise. The goddess of war, yes, but of war as it ought to be, thoughtful, just, and enduring. Athena and Athens rarely have a city and its patron goddess been so closely entwined. Their bond was not simply one of name, though that alone speaks volumes. Athens, the shining jewel of Greece, was devoted heart and soul to Athena, and in return she gave the city her wisdom, her protection, and her enduring identity. If ever a goddess shaped a people, and a people in turn shaped a goddess, it was here. The tale of how Athena came to be patron of the city is, of course, a story worth savouring. Poseidon, lord of the sea, also sought the honour. Both deities stood before the first king of Athens, Cecrops, to present their gifts. Poseidon, dramatic as always, struck the ground with his trident, and from the earth sprang a saltwater spring. In some versions, he produced a war horse instead, stamping it from the soil with a flourish. A fine spectacle, one must admit. Athena, by contrast, offered something quieter, humbler, the olive tree. Its branches promised fruit for food, oil for light and cooking, and wood for tools and trade. At first glance, Poseidon's offering had the flash, the glory. But Cecrops, wise man that he was, and the Athenians with him, saw the deeper value of Athena's gift. The olive tree was not for show, but for survival. It meant prosperity, stability, and peace. And so they chose Athena. It was a moment that defined not just their city, but their identity. Athens was not to be a place of rash power or of spectacle alone. It was to be a city of reason, of practicality, of measured wisdom. The olive tree became its symbol, as enduring as the goddess herself. Indeed, the sacred olive was said to stand upon the Acropolis, a living reminder of Athena's gift. When the Persians sacked Athens in 480 BCE and burned the Acropolis, the olive was reported to have sprouted again the very next day. To the Athenians, this was no accident. It was their goddess reassuring them that she still watched over her city. And what a city it became. Under Athena's patronage, Athens grew into the cradle of democracy, philosophy, art, and science. To be sure, it had its flaws, as all cities do. But its ambition, its vision, its determination to marry wisdom with civic life, all these reflected Athena's influence. She was not simply their goddess. She was their ideal. The crowning expression of this devotion was the Parthenon. Perched atop the Acropolis, gleaming in marble, it was dedicated to Athena Parthenos, the Virgin Athena. Designed by the great architects Ictinus and Callicrates, adorned with sculptures by Phidias, the Parthenon was not only a temple, but a statement. It declared to the world that Athens was the city of wisdom, of order, of civilization itself. Inside stood Phidias's colossal statue of the goddess, fashioned of gold and ivory. She towered over worshippers, spear in hand, shield at her side, the serpent Erichthonius coiled at her feet. Her very presence was overwhelming. Imagine the awe of a humble Athenian stepping inside, gazing up at her radiant form, and feeling the weight of her protection. To stand before Athena Parthenos was to stand in the presence of both divinity and civic pride. Athena's influence extended beyond temples and statues. She was woven into the very fabric of Athenian life. The Panathenaea, a great festival held every 4 years, honoured her with processions, sacrifices, and competitions. Athletes, poets, and musicians all competed in her name, their victories crowning not just themselves but their city. The centrepiece of the festival was the presentation of the peplos, a great robe woven by maidens of noble families, offered to Athena's statue. This act symbolized the city's devotion, binding its people together in service to their goddess. And yet, while Athena stood as the city's protector, her relationship with Athens was not without complexity. The city's devotion to wisdom and democracy was often tested by ambition, by hubris, by the temptations of power. At times one imagines Athena watching with a mixture of pride and exasperation, much like a patient teacher observing unruly pupils. The Athenians, after all, were clever, but not always wise. Consider their empire, built upon the tribute of other city-states. What began as a noble league to resist Persia gradually turned into domination. Athens, under Pericles, shone brilliantly, but at the cost of resentment from others. The Peloponnesian War that followed was a tragedy of Greek history, pitting Athens against Sparta in a conflict that drained them both. One suspects that Athena might have sighed, spear in hand, as her city stumbled into folly. Yet even in failure, Athens remained true to her spirit. Its philosophers sought wisdom. Its playwrights probed the depths of human nature. Its artists reached for beauty that endures to this day. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, all products of this city, asked questions that shaped the course of Western thought. Their inquiries into justice, truth, and reason were, in their way, offerings to Athena, reflections of her enduring gift. Athena's identity and Athens' identity were so tightly bound that to speak of one was to invoke the other. For centuries, coins bore her image on one side and her sacred owl on the other. The owl, with its great unblinking eyes, became a symbol of wisdom in its own right. Even today, when we speak of the wise old owl, we echo a metaphor born in Athens under her watch. This intertwining of goddess and city has outlasted the ancient world. The ruins of the Parthenon still crown the Acropolis, drawing pilgrims from every corner of the globe. Though the gold and ivory statue is long gone, the spirit of Athena lingers in the stones, in the olive groves, in the very idea of Athens as a beacon of wisdom. Tourists may climb the hill with cameras and water bottles instead of offerings and incense, but the sense of awe remains. There is humour too in how human the Athenians were, despite their lofty ideals. For all their devotion to Athena, they were still prone to squabbles, to vanity, to the sort of errors that no goddess could entirely prevent. One can imagine Athena, owl perched on her shoulder, shaking her head fondly as her city once again managed to turn a clever scheme into a messy debacle. Such is the way of mortals, even clever ones. But perhaps that was always the point. Athena was not a goddess who demanded perfection. She demanded striving. Her gift of the olive tree was not a finished palace, but the means to cultivate, to grow, to build. Likewise, her city was not perfect, but it was forever striving toward wisdom, toward justice, toward beauty. In that striving lay its greatness. And so, Athena and Athens remain bound together. The goddess who sprang fully formed from the head of Zeus found her earthly home in a city that forever sought to embody her virtues. The city that bore her name gave her worship, festivals, temples, and devotion. Together, they became a symbol for the ages, the union of wisdom and power, of divinity and humanity, of striving and guidance. As night falls upon our tale, picture the Acropolis rising above the city, its marble glowing in the last light of sunset. At its heart, the Parthenon, once gleaming with colour and gold, now a silent ruin but still proud. And above it all, imagine Athena standing watch, calm and steadfast, her spear gleaming, her eyes unblinking. She is Athens, and Athens is hers. A bond unbroken, a legacy eternal. Athena's influence did not rest only in temples or in the stories of heroes. She lived too in art. From the earliest black figure pottery of archaic Greece to the Renaissance canvases of Florence, her image has been painted, carved, and sculpted more than almost any other deity. If the myths told who Athena was, then the art showed how mortals saw her, how they imagined her, revered her, and sometimes even dared to humanize her. When one pictures Athena, it is not difficult to imagine the broad outlines. She is always armed, but never wild. Helmet upon her head, spear in hand, shield close by. She looks at once ready for battle and serenely above it. She is not charging like Ares, foaming at the mouth. Nor is she reclining like Aphrodite, all soft curves and alluring smiles. No, Athena stands tall, composed, calm, the very embodiment of Sophrosyne, self-control. One of the earliest depictions of Athena comes from the black figure vases of the 6th century BCE. Here she appears stiff, formal, her helmet pulled low, her spear upright. She is less a person than a presence, the eternal guardian. Even in this rigid form, one can sense the dignity with which the Greeks viewed her. They did not need her to be warm or approachable. They needed her to be steady. As the centuries passed, art became more fluid, more naturalistic, and so did Athena. On red figure pottery, her form relaxed slightly. Her robes flowed, her poses softened, yet still the helmet and spear remained. To remove them would have been unthinkable. Athena without her armour would have been Athena diminished. And then came the great marvels of classical sculpture. Chief among them was Phidias's statue of Athena Parthenos, housed within the Parthenon itself. Made of ivory and gold, standing nearly 12 metres high, it was a wonder of the ancient world. Imagine stepping into that temple and gazing up at her. She towered above worshippers, resplendent, dazzling in the flickering torchlight. In one hand she held Nike, the goddess of victory, tiny by comparison, as if to remind all that victory itself was but a trinket she could carry. In the other, her shield rested, adorned with the head of Medusa, her terrible trophy turned to protection. At her side coiled a great serpent, sometimes said to represent Erichthonius, the earth-born child she once raised. Sadly, the statue itself is lost to history, consumed by time and fire, but copies, descriptions, and coins preserve its memory. It must have been overwhelming, both in scale and in meaning. This was no gentle goddess offering blessings. This was the very spirit of Athens, incarnate in gold and ivory. Athena appeared on the Parthenon's pediments too. The east pediment depicted her birth, Zeus clutching his head, the other gods startled, as Athena leapt forth fully armed. One imagines the sculptors taking delight in capturing the sheer drama of the moment. On the west pediment, the contest between Athena and Poseidon for Athens was carved in stone. The olive tree on one side, the salt spring on the other, the gods themselves leaning forward in anticipation. These images told Athenians who they were every time they looked up. On coins, Athena's presence was constant. The famous Athenian tetradrachms bore her face on one side and her owl on the other. Her helmeted profile, sharp and dignified, proclaimed the city's power far and wide, while the owl, wise and watchful, became a shorthand for knowledge itself. Even today, the phrase "bringing owls to Athens" survives, the ancient equivalent of carrying coals to Newcastle, meaning to offer something to a place already overflowing with it. Wisdom was Athens' greatest export, and Athena its guarantee. Beyond Greece, her image spread far and wide. The Romans, in adopting her as Minerva, gave her new prominence in their art. Temples to Minerva dotted Rome and its provinces, and statues of her stood in forums and libraries. She was the protector of craftsmen, of knowledge, of civic order, the goddess most at home in marble colonnades and libraries of scrolls. Where Jupiter reigned and Mars fought, Minerva advised. Her statues reminded Romans that intellect and strategy were the pillars of empire. Centuries later, in the Renaissance, Athena enjoyed a rebirth. Humanist thinkers, steeped in classical texts, saw in her a perfect symbol of their ideals. Wisdom married to strength, intellect guiding power. Artists like Botticelli painted her as a serene figure, sometimes with an owl, sometimes restraining a centaur, an allegory of reason taming passion. In Florence, she became almost a civic mascot, embodying the city's own self-image as a place of learning and discipline amid the chaos of the world. Her symbolism, in truth, is endlessly adaptable. To the Athenians, she was their patron. To the Romans, she was civic order. To Renaissance thinkers, she was reason personified. To modernity, she is wisdom itself. Her owl still perched in countless university crests and emblems. Wherever intellect is honoured, one can usually find Athena's shadow. What is particularly striking about Athena in art is how rarely she is shown in moments of vulnerability or softness. Aphrodite is caught in the act of love, Demeter in grief, even Hera in her jealous rage. But Athena? She is almost always composed, armoured, serene. The artists seem to have understood that to strip her of this calm was to strip her of her essence. She is wisdom unshaken, order unbroken. And yet, despite her solemnity, there is humour hidden in some depictions. On certain vases, for instance, the moment of her birth is shown almost comically. Zeus wincing in agony, Hephaestus swinging his axe, and Athena springing out fully dressed for war. One can imagine ancient Athenians chuckling over their wine cups at the absurdity of it. Or take the scenes of her helping heroes. Perseus peering into his shiny shield, Heracles waving his rattle at birds, and Athena standing beside them, utterly unruffled. Even in art, her calm presence contrasts with the chaos of those around her. Her owl, too, became a subject of charm. The little bird, with its enormous eyes and solemn expression, could not help but look faintly comical. Yet it was also deeply symbolic. The owl, a nocturnal creature, could see through the dark where others could not. It was a perfect emblem of wisdom, the ability to perceive truth even when the world is clouded in shadow. Artists and philosophers alike embraced it, and in doing so, extended Athena's image far beyond her armoured form. Over the centuries, Athena's symbolism has proven remarkably resilient. In the 18th and 19th centuries, she appeared again in political iconography. Revolutionary France, seeking to embody reason and enlightenment, adopted her imagery. In America, too, she appeared as a symbol of liberty and wisdom, presiding over universities and institutions of learning. Wherever people sought to align themselves with intellect, order, and justice, Athena reappeared, her spear and shield still in hand. Perhaps this is her greatest artistic triumph, her ability to remain relevant, to shift with the times without losing her essence. She has been a warrior, a teacher, a civic guardian, a symbol of liberty. Yet in every guise, she has remained Athena, wise, composed, indomitable. So let us picture her now, as countless artists have before us. She stands, helmet gleaming, spear in hand, shield upon her arm. Her owl perches beside her, blinking solemnly. She is calm, unyielding, dignified. Around her, the centuries pass. Black figure vases, marble temples, Roman forums, Renaissance studios, modern lecture halls. But she remains unchanged. Athena, eternal in art, eternal in symbolism. And perhaps, if one listens closely, one can almost hear her chuckle softly at the irony of it all. A goddess of war and wisdom, turned into statues, paintings, and university mascots. Yet what better testament to her power? For in every image, in every emblem, she reminds us of the same eternal truth, that wisdom, calm and steadfast, is the greatest strength of all. Athena, for all her composure, was not without rivals. One cannot be the goddess of wisdom, patron of heroes, and namesake of one of the greatest cities in history without attracting a bit of competition, and, at times, outright hostility. For though Athena's armour gleamed with reason, she was after all still a Greek deity. And Greek deities, as we have come to see, were prone to quarrels that make even the fiercest political debates of our day seem like friendly afternoon teas. Let us begin with her rivalry with Poseidon, which we have already glimpsed in the contest for Athens. That competition did not end in mere olive trees and saltwater springs. Poseidon, as one might expect, was not especially gracious in defeat. To lose to a goddess who offered something as modest as a tree, however practical, was something of a blow to his pride. For centuries afterwards, there lingered a certain tension between Athena's city and Poseidon's sea. Athens was a naval power, to be sure, but the Athenians always claimed their supremacy upon the water was guided by strategy, not brute force. One suspects Athena enjoyed this subtle reminder to her rival, that even upon his own domain, wit could triumph over waves. Poseidon was not the only god to cross Athena. Ares, the god of war, stood almost as her antithesis. Where Athena embodied discipline, intelligence, and strategy, Ares was bloodlust incarnate. He revelled in chaos, in the clash of bronze, in the scream of the battlefield. To Athena, this was the very antithesis of what warfare ought to be. War was not about rage, it was about precision, about achieving victory with as little needless loss as possible. In myth, she frequently opposed Ares, outthinking him, outmanoeuvring him, and, one imagines, outclassing him at every turn. Homer, in the Iliad, goes so far as to have Athena physically assist Diomedes in wounding Ares, sending the god of war fleeing from the battlefield in indignation. One might say Athena managed to do what countless generals have wished for since: silence the thunder of war with a well-placed spear thrust. Her rivalry with Hera was subtler, but no less potent. Hera, queen of the gods, was often associated with matronly dignity, marriage, and sovereignty. Athena, however, stood as the eternal maiden, untouched by romance or marriage, her authority rooted in her own independence rather than in partnership. At times, their interests overlapped awkwardly. In the judgment of Paris, for instance, Athena, Hera, and Aphrodite all competed for the golden apple inscribed, "To the fairest." The result, as you may recall, was a beauty contest of divine proportions. Paris awarded the apple to Aphrodite, swayed by the promise of Helen's love, thereby snubbing both Hera and Athena. The fallout was nothing less than the Trojan War. It is worth noting, though, that Athena did not sulk quietly. She threw herself into the conflict, siding with the Greeks, guiding Odysseus, protecting Achilles, and foiling the Trojans whenever possible. Her wrath was not the shrill jealousy of Hera, nor the seductive machinations of Aphrodite, but the cold fury of reason scorned. Paris had chosen passion over wisdom, and Athena ensured he paid dearly for it. Then there are mortals, poor, hapless mortals, who occasionally dared to challenge or offend her. One of the most famous tales is that of Medusa. In some versions, Medusa was a priestess in Athena's temple, a woman of great beauty. When Poseidon assaulted her within those sacred walls, Athena punished not the god, Zeus forbid such a breach of patriarchal solidarity, but the woman, transforming Medusa into a gorgon with serpents for hair and a gaze that turned men to stone. From a modern perspective, this seems harsh, even unjust. But in the mythological context, it underscores Athena's fierce protection of her sacred spaces. To violate her temple was intolerable, regardless of circumstance. And so, Medusa became a living warning, never defile the sanctity of the goddess. Yet, in an odd twist of fate, Athena later aided Perseus in slaying Medusa, providing him with the mirrored shield that allowed him to approach without looking directly at her. It was as if Athena herself wished to contain and redirect the horror she had unleashed. Perhaps even more famous is her rivalry with Arachne, a mortal woman of extraordinary talent at weaving. Arachne boasted that her skill surpassed even that of the goddess. Such hubris, as we know, rarely ended well in Greek mythology. Athena, disguised as an old woman, warned her against such arrogance, but Arachne persisted. And so the two engaged in a contest. Arachne's tapestry was flawless, and worse still, it depicted the many scandals of the gods, Zeus's disguises, Poseidon's excesses, Apollo's indiscretions. It was, in short, a work of art both brilliant and damning. Athena, unable to fault the craftsmanship, could not abide the insolence. In her fury she destroyed the tapestry and struck Arachne. Overcome with despair, Arachne hanged herself. Yet Athena, in a final twist, transformed her into a spider, condemning her to weave forever. Thus was born the arachnid, and thus too the word arachnophobia. If nothing else, Athena ensured that Arachne's weaving continued eternally, though one suspects most spiders would have preferred a less dramatic origin story. These rivalries reveal an important side of Athena. Her wrath was not wild or uncontrolled, but it was real. She was not above punishing those who defied her, and her punishments were often permanent, etched into the fabric of myth and nature alike. She demanded respect, not through terror, but through consequence. Where Ares might smash an enemy in rage, Athena would craft a punishment that lingered, that served as a reminder to others for generations. And yet, even in her wrath, there was a peculiar logic. Medusa became a warning, Arachne a lesson in humility, the Trojans a reminder of the folly of ignoring wisdom. Unlike the capricious wrath of other gods, Zeus hurling thunderbolts in peak, or Poseidon drowning sailors on a whim, Athena's anger was always tied to principle. She did not lash out randomly. She punished arrogance, sacrilege, folly. In short, she punished precisely those failings that opposed wisdom. It is here we see the genius of Athena's character. She was a goddess who demanded both reverence and responsibility. To revere her was not simply to offer sacrifices at her altar, but to embody her values, respect for order, for intellect, for the sanctity of what was sacred. To fail in this was not just an insult to her, but a failure of wisdom itself. And wisdom, as the Athenians knew, always exacts a price when ignored. There is, of course, a touch of humour to be found in all of this. Imagine, if you will, poor mortals realising too late that they had crossed Athena. Arachne, so confident at her loom, only to end up scuttling across ceilings for eternity. Paris, so delighted with Aphrodite's bribe, only to find himself the cause of a decade-long war. Medusa, turned from a beauty admired by all to a horror feared by all. One can almost hear the other gods chuckling as Athena, calm and composed, delivered her pointed lessons. And yet, behind that humour lies a serious truth. Athena's rivalries and wrath underscore her nature as a goddess who valued respect above all. To honour her was to honour wisdom itself. To defy her was to invite consequences not merely divine, but inevitable. For to ignore wisdom, in life as in myth, is always to court disaster. Thus, in her rivalries with gods and mortals alike, Athena revealed the sharper edge of her wisdom. It was not enough to admire her. One had to heed her. She was protector, yes, but also judge. Her spear was not always raised against armies. Sometimes it pointed directly at arrogance, folly, and disrespect. And woe to those who found themselves at the tip of it. As the night deepens, picture Athena once more. She stands, spear in hand, her gaze steady. Around her linger the echoes of her rivals. Poseidon's waves crashing impotently against her olive tree. Ares sulking with his wounds. Arachne weaving in her eternal exile. Medusa glaring forever in stone. All of them, in their own ways, testify to her power. For Athena's wrath was not the tantrum of a petulant god, but the calm certainty that wisdom, when scorned, will always have the last word. Wisdom, that most elusive of virtues, was Athena's defining gift. From the moment she burst forth from the skull of Zeus, clad in shining armour and brandishing a spear, she was hailed not merely as a warrior, but as the very embodiment of intellect and clarity. Yet while many deities boasted domains of power, thunder, sea, love, death, Athena's dominion was subtler, and in many ways far more formidable. For what use are thunderbolts without strategy? What use is brute strength without foresight? What use is love without discernment? The Greeks, a people who valued both spectacle and substance, understood this. And so, in Athena, they created a goddess who bridged heaven and earth with wisdom. It is no accident, then, that her city, Athens, became the birthplace of Western philosophy. In its bustling agora, its shaded colonnades, and its sacred groves, some of the greatest minds of antiquity wrestled with questions of justice, virtue, and truth. And though they may not have always invoked her name directly, Athena's influence was everywhere. For she was not simply their patron goddess. She was their muse, their standard, the divine image of the very thing they pursued. Take Socrates, for instance. He was, in many respects, the mortal echo of Athena herself. He fought bravely in battle, yet preferred dialogue to violence. His method, the relentless questioning of assumptions, the peeling away of pretense, was as much a weapon as any spear. His contemporaries found him maddening, much like a fly that refused to be swatted, buzzing endlessly about the marketplace. But is this not rather Athenian? To pester one's fellow citizens into reflection, to insist that the unexamined life is not worth living, was, in its way, a profoundly Athena-like pursuit. One suspects the goddess, perched upon the Acropolis, watched Socrates at work with quiet approval, though perhaps with a faint smile at his tendency to go barefoot. Then came Plato, who gave philosophy a grandeur befitting a goddess. In his dialogues, he presented wisdom as something eternal, unchanging, transcendent, the forms, those perfect archetypes beyond the material world. Justice, beauty, truth, not fleeting human opinions, but divine realities. And who better than Athena to symbolize this vision? She herself was a form incarnate, born not of flesh and upbringing, but of divine thought itself. Just as Plato taught that true knowledge is recollection of higher truths, so too Athena seemed less born than remembered, stepping into existence fully formed, as though she had always been there, waiting for Zeus to finally crack open his head. Plato's academy, established in a sacred grove not far from the city, might well be seen as a temple to Athena in all but name. Students gathered there not to sacrifice goats or pour libations, but to offer the sacrifice of their certainties, to let their assumptions be slain upon the altar of dialectic. And what deity better suited to preside over such rituals than Athena? For she demanded the same as Plato. not blind belief, but the courage to think. If Plato gave wisdom its wings, Aristotle clipped them slightly, preferring to observe matters closer to the ground, where his teacher soared into the realm of eternal forms. Aristotle preferred the buzzing of bees, the growth of plants, the behaviour of citizens. He catalogued, dissected, classified. He insisted that knowledge began not in some divine recollection, but in the senses. To know the world, one had to study it carefully. This, too, is profoundly Athenian. For Athena was not only a goddess of lofty ideals, but of craft, of weaving, shipbuilding, metalwork. Aristotle's insistence on phronesis, practical wisdom, was her spirit at work. The recognition that wisdom must be useful, that it must guide action, not merely dazzle the mind. And what of the Stoics? They too were children of Athena. Their philosophy emphasized self-control, reason, the acceptance of fate with dignity. To them, the highest good was to live in accordance with nature, guided by rationality rather than passion. One imagines Athena nodding approvingly, her shield resting at her side. For was she not the very embodiment of rational order against the chaos of impulse? The Stoics, like Athena, distrusted Ares' rage, Aphrodite's distractions, and Dionysus's intoxications. They sought instead a serenity modelled on her calm poise. Even the Epicureans, who pursued tranquillity through modest pleasures, might be said to echo her spirit, albeit with more wine and olives. For what was her sacred gift to Athens if not the olive tree, provider of sustenance, light, and trade, a symbol of simple but enduring prosperity? If Epicurus's garden was filled with laughter and conversation, it was nourished by the same olive oil that Athena first bestowed. Of course, philosophy did not remain confined to Athens. As Rome rose, Athena became Minerva, and her association with wisdom endured. Roman statesmen and generals, ever practical, found her image appealing. She appeared in forums, in libraries, in schools of rhetoric. Cicero, the great orator and philosopher, often spoke of wisdom as the guiding principle of a just republic. One can almost see Minerva leaning over his shoulder as he wrote, whispering reminders to temper passion with reason, eloquence with prudence. In the Middle Ages, when philosophy intertwined with theology, Athena's presence dimmed somewhat. Christianity preferred its own saints and symbols, and pagan deities were politely, or sometimes impolitely, set aside. Yet she did not vanish. Instead, she re-emerged in the Renaissance, reborn as a symbol of reason amid a world rediscovering classical learning. Botticelli painted her restraining a centaur, reason taming passion. Scholars adorned their works with her owl. Libraries crowned their facades with statues of Minerva, as though to declare that learning was sacred. In Florence, in Paris, in Oxford, Athena found new temples, not in marble, but in universities. The Enlightenment, too, embraced her. Philosophers like Voltaire and Kant did not call upon her name directly, but their exaltation of reason, their insistence on clarity and progress, was profoundly Athenian. And indeed, images of Minerva adorned Enlightenment engravings, standing for the triumph of rationality over superstition. She was everywhere reason was invoked, her owl ever watchful. Even in our own age, her symbolism persists. University crests display her likeness. Statues of her adorn courthouses, linking wisdom to justice. Military academies adopt her as patroness of strategy, and her owl, humble creature though it may be, remains the most recognizable emblem of wisdom in the world. Perhaps it is fitting that this bird, with its comically large eyes, became her companion. For to see clearly in the dark is what wisdom is all about. Yet it would be a mistake to imagine Athena as a dusty academic. Her wisdom was not that of ivory towers alone. She demanded application, the union of thought and deed. This is where philosophy and mythology meet most beautifully. For while philosophers debated what justice meant, Athena was depicted guiding heroes to enact it. While they asked whether virtue could be taught, Athena appeared teaching Perseus, Heracles, and Odysseus the cunning they needed. While they wrote treatises on moderation, Athena's own character embodied it. She was the answer to their questions, made flesh, or rather made divinity. There is, of course, a certain humour in how mortals endlessly chase after wisdom, while their goddess stood already complete. Socrates badgering citizens, Plato drawing diagrams in the sand, Aristotle cataloguing shellfish, all the while Athena calmly observing, as though to say, "Yes, yes, you're getting warmer." If one listens closely, one might almost hear her chuckle. For mortals, wisdom is a lifelong pursuit. For Athena, it was simply who she was. And yet, perhaps that is precisely why the Greeks imagined her so. They knew wisdom was not easy, not automatic, not guaranteed. They knew it required patience, discipline, and effort. By personifying it in Athena, they gave themselves both an ideal to strive toward and a comfort, that somewhere beyond their fumbling debates, wisdom already existed, serene and eternal, guiding them onward. So let us picture her now, in her most philosophical guise. She is not striding across the battlefield or punishing the arrogant. Instead, she is seated in a shaded grove, perhaps at Plato's academy, her owl perched beside her. Socrates approaches with a question, Plato with a theory, Aristotle with a notebook. She listens patiently, her grey eyes steady, her helmet set aside for the moment. She does not answer directly, for wisdom, after all, must be sought, not handed out, but her presence reassures them. They are on the right path. And as the centuries pass, her figure remains in Roman forums, in Renaissance canvases, in Enlightenment treatises, in modern universities. Wherever human beings strive to understand, to reason, to see clearly through the shadows, Athena is there. Eternal, unblinking, calm, the goddess of wisdom, forever our companion in the search for truth. When a civilization fades, one might expect its gods to fade with it. After all, what are deities if not the reflections of the people who imagined them? And yet, remarkably, some gods refuse to vanish. They persist, reshaping themselves in new cultures, new languages, and new forms. Athena is one of these enduring figures. From the marbled steps of the Parthenon to the lecture halls of modern universities, her presence lingers. She is not merely a goddess consigned to dusty textbooks of mythology. She is, in many ways, still alive, woven into our symbols, our institutions, and our imaginations. The story of Athena's legacy begins in Rome. As the Greek world waned and Rome rose to power, the Romans, with characteristic practicality, adopted the Greek pantheon wholesale. Zeus became Jupiter, Aphrodite became Venus, and Athena became Minerva. Now, Minerva was not a wholly new invention. She had existed in the Italic tradition before Greece's influence. But when she absorbed Athena's qualities, she became something greater. The Roman goddess of wisdom, crafts, and strategy. In Rome's libraries and temples, Minerva's statue stood tall, reminding citizens that knowledge was as vital to empire as legions and laws. Cicero, the great Roman orator, once declared that wisdom was the mother of all virtues. One imagines Minerva nodding approvingly at such rhetoric, perhaps with a wry smile at the endless speeches of Roman senators. For the Romans, wisdom was a civic virtue, essential for governance. It was not enough for a general to command soldiers. He must also command prudence. It was not enough for a senator to propose laws. He must also foresee consequences. Here, in the corridors of the Roman Senate, Athena, now Minerva, walked unseen, her presence felt in the demand for reason amid passion. With the fall of Rome and the rise of Christianity, one might expect Athena's story to end. Pagan gods were cast as relics of a superstitious past, or worse, as dangerous temptations. And yet, Athena did not entirely disappear. Instead, she transformed. In medieval Europe, she became an allegory, her name repurposed to represent divine wisdom. The Virgin Mary sometimes absorbed elements of Athena's imagery, a figure of purity, protection, and guidance. Scholars of the Middle Ages, steeped in classical texts, continued to reference her in allegories, seeing in her not a rival to their faith, but a symbolic companion. By the time of the Renaissance, Athena emerged again with renewed splendour. Europe, rediscovering its classical roots, found in her the perfect emblem for humanist ideals. Artists like Botticelli painted her not as a distant Olympian, but as an allegory of reason taming the wild impulses of humankind. In one famous painting, she seizes a centaur by the hair, restraining brute force with calm intellect. It is, if you will, a rather direct metaphor, the triumph of rationality over savagery. And in that image, we glimpse how Athena's legacy evolved. No longer simply a goddess to be worshipped, she became a symbol, a language through which ideas of wisdom, reason, and civilization could be expressed. This symbolism only deepened during the Enlightenment. In a Europe that prized science, reason, and progress, Athena, or Minerva, was everywhere. Engravings of the period often depicted her guiding philosophers, holding books and compasses instead of spear and shield. Universities adopted her owl as their crest. In Paris, revolutionary thinkers invoked her as the patroness of liberty and rational thought. In Britain, too, she appeared atop neoclassical buildings, serene and unyielding, a stone guardian of learning. One suspects the goddess found all this flattering, though perhaps she might have raised an eyebrow at some of the more excitable revolutionary rhetoric. Her image travelled further still. Across the Atlantic, in the newly founded United States, Athena's legacy took root in the architecture of democracy itself. The American founders, steeped in classical education, turned instinctively to Greco-Roman symbols. Minerva adorned seals, medals, and buildings. Her owl perched on American coinage, her wisdom invoked in debates on governance. Even today, one can find her in Washington, D.C., carved in stone, watching over libraries, courts, and government halls. That the world's modern republics turn to an ancient goddess for inspiration is a testament to her enduring power. But Athena's legacy is not only political, it is also cultural, artistic, and personal. Consider her owl. Once a symbol stamped upon Athenian coins, it has become perhaps the most universal emblem of wisdom. Children's books, academic logos, even cartoons, everywhere an owl appears with wide, solemn eyes, it is Athena's owl, whether acknowledged or not. The bird has travelled centuries with her, adapting as effortlessly as its mistress. Athena's olive tree, too, remains a potent legacy. In mythology, it was her gift to Athens, more valuable than Poseidon's saltwater spring. In practice, Olives became the lifeblood of Mediterranean economies, providing food, oil, light, and trade. To this day, the olive branch endures as a symbol of peace. When diplomats extend the olive branch, they are, knowingly or not, invoking Athena's wisdom in choosing harmony over strife. One can almost hear her voice whispering across time, "Better the fruit of the tree than the crash of the spear." Nor is her influence absent from literature. From Homer's epics to Shakespeare's plays, from Dante to modern fantasy, Athena's spirit recurs in countless guises. She is the wise guide, the rational voice, the protector of heroes. In many ways, she is the archetype of the mentor, the one who arms mortals not with weapons alone, but with cunning and foresight. Modern audiences may not always recognize her, yet when they see a character who blends intelligence with strength, compassion with clarity, they are witnessing her legacy. It is perhaps in education, however, that Athena's presence is most keenly felt today. Universities across the world bear her symbols. Statues of her stand in libraries. Her name graces academic societies. Her owl adorns crests and diplomas. Students may groan at exams, mutter about essays, and complain about late-night study sessions, but they do so under her silent gaze. She is there in every pursuit of knowledge, every late-night candle, every attempt to pierce the darkness of ignorance. If Zeus represents power, Poseidon the sea, and Ares the fury of war, then Athena represents something quieter but more enduring, the human thirst to understand. And she has become, in modern times, more than a Greek goddess. She is a symbol for women in power, for the blending of intellect and leadership. Where once the world imagined leaders as men of brute force, Athena offers another archetype, the leader of clarity, of strategy, of calm authority. Feminists and scholars alike have turned to her as an emblem of strength without violence, of independence without isolation. Her virginity, once a symbol of chastity, is now often reinterpreted as autonomy. Athena belongs to no one but herself, an eternal symbol of sovereignty. All this raises an intriguing question. Why does Athena endure when so many other deities have faded? Why her and not, say, Ares or Artemis? Part of the answer surely lies in her domain. Wisdom is never out of fashion. Battles come and go, seas rise and fall, passions burn and fade, but the pursuit of wisdom, however elusive, remains. Athena embodies not just a Greek ideal but a human one. She is the voice within us that asks for patience when anger tempts us, for strategy when rashness beckons, for understanding when ignorance threatens. As long as humans strive to be more than animals, Athena remains relevant. There is also her remarkable adaptability. Unlike gods tied to specific rituals or natural phenomena, Athena represents a quality that can be reshaped across time. She can be a goddess of philosophy, a patroness of democracy, a muse of science, a symbol of feminism. She can stand in temples, in parliaments, in laboratories, or in novels. Wherever wisdom is sought, she can appear, changing her attire as needed, but never her essence. And so, as we bring this story to a close, let us picture her one final time, not only as the gleaming warrior striding across Homer's battlefields, nor solely as the patroness of ancient Athens. Let us see her as she has always been and always will be, calm, poised, unyielding, with her owl beside her and her olive tree at her back. She does not shout like Zeus or rage like Ares. She does not seduce like Aphrodite or intoxicate like Dionysus. She simply endures, her wisdom steady as a flame in the dark. And in that endurance lies her true legacy. For while empires have risen and fallen, while languages have shifted and cultures have transformed, Athena remains. She is the quiet certainty that wisdom matters, that reason must temper power, that clarity must guide action. She is, in short, the eternal companion of humanity's better self. So, as you close your eyes tonight, imagine her watching over you, not sternly but kindly, like a teacher who knows you will get the answer eventually, even if you take the long way around. Her owl blinks in the moonlight, her spear rests beside her, and her grey eyes are gentle yet knowing. Sleep now, with Athena at your side. For in dreaming too, there is wisdom. And perhaps, just perhaps when you wake, her legacy will whisper to you still, think clearly, act justly, and remember, you carry a spark of the goddess within you. Let us begin, as all good stories ought to begin, with a mountain at dusk. Not just any mountain, mind you, Mount Olympus, the divine residence of the gods, where the clouds gather like courtly drapery and the air smells faintly of ambrosia, and perhaps, on occasion, burnt offerings wafting up from the mortal world far below. It stands tall and regal on the northern frontier of ancient Greece, its summit so often hidden by mist that it seemed only natural to assume someone or something must be living up there. In truth, Olympus is a very real mountain, the highest in Greece actually, rising to just under 10,000 feet. But to the ancient Greeks, it wasn't merely a collection of rocks and ridges. No, it was sacred geography. It was the celestial seat of power, draped in ever-changing light and ever-watchful silence. They saw it not as something to be climbed, but to be revered. A divine penthouse, if you like, with rather exclusive tenants. And those tenants are, yes, the Olympians. 12 gods and goddesses, give or take a few, depending on which myth you believe, and how generous you're feeling with seating arrangements. Together, they form the core of the ancient Greek pantheon. Capricious, passionate, thunderous, petty, brilliant. And they were worshipped, feared, and occasionally gossiped about for centuries. Quite like celebrities, really. If celebrities could hurl lightning and turn people into olive trees. But before we meet them individually, let's linger a little on the setting. For it's twilight on Olympus, the hour when the golden light fades gently behind marble colonnades and divine banquets are just beginning. Imagine wide halls gleaming with polished stone, lyres playing softly in the background, and long tables groaning with impossible fruits, cheeses aged by the winds of prophecy, and wines so potent they'd make a satyr weep with joy. This is no place of solemnity. Olympus, in myth, was vibrant, divine, occasionally chaotic, like a very large dysfunctional family gathering with a healthy sprinkling of immortality and magical livestock. The kind of place where someone is always playing a harp, and someone else is always dramatically storming out. Now, if you're imagining marble floors and ionic columns, you're not entirely off base, but don't expect a neatly catalogued palace blueprint. The earliest Greek poets, Homer and Hesiod, speak of radiant halls and cloud gates, but they weren't exactly architectural draftsmen. What we're given is a suggestion of immense beauty, shimmering materials, and eternal comfort. Halls of bronze and gold, courtyards paved with sunlight, feasts that never end, and fountains that sing. It's less of a building and more of a heavenly ambience. And what's a good ambiance without a menu? You'll be pleased to know the gods dined rather well. Their diet consisted primarily of two things: ambrosia and nectar. Not to be confused with a posh London cafe, ambrosia was said to be the food of immortality. What it actually tasted like depends on the source. Some say honeyed bread, others a kind of fragrant perfume you absorbed through your very essence, which frankly sounds more like skincare than a starter. Nectar, its liquid companion, flowed like sunlight in a chalice, served in cups of gold, and kept everyone in a perpetually divine state of health, youth, and likely a mild buzz. The gods didn't age. They didn't get ill. They didn't suffer the usual indignities of mortal life, apart from emotional outbursts, which, if anything, they had in abundance. The divine lifestyle was not without its duties, however. Each god had a portfolio, so to speak. Zeus, for example, handled thunderstorms, law, and infidelity. Poseidon had dominion over the sea, earthquakes, and moody tridents. Athena took care of wisdom, war strategy, and glowering from behind shields. Each Olympian had their domain, and while some took their roles seriously, others used them as an excuse to meddle in mortal affairs or skip staff meetings altogether. One might imagine that a day on Olympus involved quite a lot of sitting around looking powerful, which, to be fair, it probably did. But it also meant making decisions. Would a hero succeed in his quest? Would a city be blessed with rain or buried under ash? Would a mortal's prayer be answered or ignored? The gods were not bound by logic. They were divine after all, and if they seemed inconsistent, well, that was rather the point. The world was unpredictable, and so were its rulers. From their cloud-wrapped thrones, the gods watched mortals go about their business with varying degrees of interest. They observed, they judged, they laughed, they wept occasionally, and sometimes they interfered, often dramatically. The line between gods and mortals, you see, was not quite so firm in ancient Greek thought. The gods were not distant deities, unreachable and abstract. They were near, familiar, emotionally turbulent. They could take human form, walk among us, fall in love, or lust more often, and produce heroes with a knack for slaying monsters and starting wars. Their children became demigods, whose lives were extraordinary but seldom long. But Olympus itself was different. It was the place the gods returned to, a safe haven above the chaos of the world. Imagine, if you will, the moment after a storm, the clouds parting, a golden glow returning, and silence falling over the peaks. That was Olympus. Not a realm of perfection, but of divine pause. The only real constant in a world where nothing else lasted. Now, about the company kept on this mountaintop. We often refer to the 12 Olympians, but the list wasn't entirely fixed. It usually included Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, and either Dionysus or Hestia. Poor Hestia was occasionally bumped from the guest list, despite being the goddess of the hearth. One assumes she didn't mind. She always struck me as someone who preferred a quiet evening by the fire to a thunderbolt measuring contest between brothers. Each god brought something unique to the table. Apollo, radiant and polished, never without his lyre or a cryptic prophecy. Artemis, watchful and swift, ever elusive beneath the trees. Ares, brawny and brash, the kind of guest who eats all the olives and breaks the furniture. Aphrodite, all soft glances and dangerously persuasive silences. And Hermes, that wily trickster with a grin that said he'd already stolen your sandals. They were gods, yes, but unmistakably human in spirit. That was the genius of Greek mythology. Its divinities reflected us in all our glittering flaws. The Greeks built temples to honour them, yes, magnificent columns rising toward the sky, sanctuaries thick with incense and prayer, but they also told stories. Myths passed from lips to ears, campfires to amphitheatres. Stories of love, betrayal, pride, revenge. Stories that taught, warned, entertained. Olympus was not just a place above the clouds. It was a theatre stage, a family drama, a mirror of the human soul raised to cosmic scale. And what of the mortals who gazed up toward the summit? They knew they would never see its peak. Olympus was shrouded not just in clouds, but in mystery. No human was meant to reach it, not really. Those who tried, like the Titan Atlas, who bore the sky on his back, often paid dearly for their ambition. Olympus was a place of dreams. It was not for climbing, it was for imagining. And imagine it they did, the poets especially. Homer, in his Iliad and Odyssey, filled Olympus with radiant halls and divine disputes. Hesiod gave it grandeur, genealogy, structure. Later playwrights gave it irony, philosophers gave it doubt, but always Olympus remained, serene, glowing, gently aloof. Today, the mountain still stands. People hike it now, of course, in sturdy boots with trail mix and GPS. They reach the summit and see the land stretch far in all directions, the Aegean in the distance, fields below like faded mosaics. But they do not find temples, only wind and sky, and the sense of something ancient watching quietly. The gods may not live there anymore, but their stories linger in the air. And perhaps, as the sun sets over the crags and shadows pool like old wine, one might close their eyes and hear, faintly, the sound of laughter carried on the breeze, a harp, a voice, a divine footstep, something not entirely gone. So let us leave Olympus now, with a gentle step and a quiet heart. The gods are at their table, the torches are lit, and the stars have begun to shimmer above their golden halls. Sleep well, traveller, you're in good company now. We begin tonight with the sound of distant thunder. Not the kind that announces a storm, mind you. No, this one rolls in slow and steady, like a drumbeat from the heavens, accompanied by a flicker of lightning that's more theatrical than threatening. You see, when Zeus makes an entrance, he does enjoy a bit of atmosphere. Zeus, king of the gods, ruler of Olympus, lord of thunder, rain, and the celestial order, and, incidentally, one of the most complicated family men in all of mythology, which, considering his company, is really saying something. But let's not start with his scandals just yet. First, let us imagine him as the Greeks once did, seated high on his throne atop Olympus, robed in flowing white and gold, a sceptre in one hand, a thunderbolt in the other, and an expression that oscillates somewhere between stern authority and amused distraction. Around him, the air hums with power. He is not just a king. He is the very embodiment of law, order, and cosmic balance, most of the time. Zeus did not inherit Olympus by luck. His story begins in the deep past, long before there were temples, poets, or polite prayer. Born to the Titans Cronus and Rhea, Zeus was the youngest of 6 children, and the only one not immediately swallowed at birth. Yes, swallowed. Cronus, their father, had a nasty habit of eating his offspring to avoid being overthrown. It's the sort of parenting style that usually lands one on a watch list. But Rhea, the clever mother that she was, spirited baby Zeus away and tricked Cronus with a swaddled rock, which he, rather embarrassingly, swallowed whole. Meanwhile, Zeus grew up hidden in a cave on the island of Crete, raised by nymphs, suckled by a magical goat, and protected by divine warriors who clashed their spears to muffle his cries. A rather noisy nursery, but effective nonetheless. When Zeus came of age, he did what any ambitious son of prophecy might do. He returned, tricked Cronus into disgorging his siblings, and led a divine rebellion known as the Titanomachy. For 10 years, the younger gods, the Olympians, battled the old order, until Zeus hurled the final thunderbolt and sealed their victory. The Titans were cast into Tartarus, a sort of godly oubliette, and Olympus was claimed. This, then, was how Zeus became king. Not by birthright, but by cleverness, courage, and, it must be said, a knack for dramatic timing. As king, Zeus wasn't merely a figurehead. He governed the skies, yes, but also oaths, hospitality, and justice. If someone broke a sacred promise, it was Zeus they feared. If a stranger arrived at your door, you offered them food and drink in Zeus's name. He was, in many ways, the god of social glue, the one who held things together, even if his own household was often teetering on the brink. Now, if you'll forgive a brief aside, no discussion of Zeus is complete without addressing the, shall we say, romantic entanglements. Zeus, it must be admitted, had a wandering eye, and foot, and the occasional animal disguise. His liaisons with mortal women, and quite a few goddesses, form a veritable catalogue of ancient myths. Sometimes he approached them in the form of a handsome man, other times as a swan, a bull, a shower of golden light. Whatever works, I suppose. These unions produced many of the great heroes of Greek mythology: Heracles, Perseus, Helen of Troy, Minos, and so on. Each was born of a different woman, each destined for a different path, and each a small stitch in the grand tapestry of Zeus's legacy, though perhaps not the sort of legacy Hera, his wife, had in mind. Ah yes, Hera, queen of the gods, goddess of marriage, and long-suffering spouse of the most prolific philanderer in Olympus. Their marriage, as immortal as it was, would not be described as tranquil. Hera was dignified, intelligent, and ferociously proud. Zeus, for his part, loved her, in his own way, but that didn't stop him from repeatedly testing the limits of her patience. If you've ever attended a family dinner where no one mentions the elephant in the room, and then Zeus turns into that elephant, well, you begin to get the idea. Their quarrels were the stuff of legend. Sometimes Hera would attempt to outwit or even overthrow her husband. Once, she orchestrated a rebellion among the Olympians, and Zeus had to be rescued by a 100-armed giant named Briareus. Another time, he suspended her from the sky by golden chains as punishment. Not his finest moment, to be sure. But always they reconciled, or at least reached a détente. Immortality is a long time, after all. One does get used to things. Yet Zeus's story is not all mischief and lightning. He was also the arbiter of cosmic balance. When mortals committed crimes or acted with hubris, that dangerous blend of arrogance and defiance, it was Zeus who issued judgment. He sent omens. He dispatched the Furies. He struck down the proud. But he also rewarded virtue. He upheld the sacred bonds of guest and host. And he listened to prayer. The Greeks saw him as the great anchor of divine authority. His image adorned temples, coins, and statues across the ancient world. In Olympia, A colossal gold and ivory statue of Zeus sat within the grand temple, crafted by the sculptor Phidias and counted among the 7 wonders of the ancient world. He was not merely a myth, he was a cultural cornerstone. And yet, there's something very human about him, isn't there? For all his thunderbolts and grandeur, Zeus often behaved like an exasperated father trying to keep a house full of eccentric children from setting the curtains on fire. He meddled in Trojan politics. He weighed the fates of heroes in battle. He tried, often in vain, to maintain order on Olympus. It was a divine soap opera, and Zeus was both director and reluctant lead. He could be merciful, forgiving Prometheus, for instance, after centuries of punishment for stealing fire for mankind. And he could be vengeful, as when he flooded the earth to cleanse it of human wickedness. But above all, Zeus was consistent in one regard. He reminded mortals of the limits of their reach. In the myths, those who challenged him, whether giants or kings, almost always fell. Not because Zeus hated them, necessarily, but because the natural order had to be preserved. And order was what Zeus valued most. In the post-Titan world, the universe was no longer chaos and darkness. It had rhythm, seasons, laws. The stars wheeled in the sky. The rains came and went. Cities rose and fell, but the heavens endured. And somewhere, high above, Zeus watched it all. Now it's easy to imagine him as simply a tyrant with a thunderbolt, but I prefer to think of him as something more complex. A divine figure who carried the weight of the world's unpredictability on his shoulders. One who stood between the realm of mortals and the unknown beyond. One who roared and wept and raged, not because he was cruel, but because the world was full of choices, and none of them ever simple. Even the gods had their burdens. So when we picture him, let it be not only with power in his gaze, but with weariness behind it. For though he was the king, his rule was never quiet. There was always a new hero to watch, a new war to judge, a new prophecy to ponder. And all the while the wind shifted, the clouds gathered, and somewhere down below, a poet whispered his name. Tonight, the thunder is distant, the skies are calm. Zeus reclines in his hall, the firelight glinting off his crown, and the world, for the moment, is at peace. The stars blink overhead like ancient eyes, and the mountain breathes its slow, eternal rhythm. Sleep now. You are under the watchful gaze of the King of Olympus, and he is feeling merciful tonight. Settle in now. The lamps are low, the fire is quiet, and tonight we turn our attention to Hera, Queen of the Gods. You've already met her husband Zeus in all his thunder-tossing, shape-shifting glory. But Hera is something quite different. Not a ruler of the skies, not a wielder of storms or prophecies, but the quiet and steady heart of Olympus. And, on more than one occasion, the source of a sharp look that could turn a lesser deity into stone, or at the very least send them scuttling off to a minor temple in Thessaly. She was, and remains, the goddess of marriage, of women, of childbirth, and of regal dignity. But Hera is not merely domestic. She is not gentle in the way springtime is gentle. She is fierce, enduring, intelligent, and more than capable of making her displeasure known, particularly when it concerns the many, many indiscretions of her husband. But we'll get to that in good time. First, let us begin at the beginning, at her birth, long before Olympus was even built. Hera was born to the Titans, Cronus and Rhea. Yes, that same Cronus who had a rather troubling habit of swallowing his children whole. Hera, like her siblings Hestia, Demeter, Hades and Poseidon, vanished into the belly of her father until Zeus, the youngest and savviest of the lot, rescued them all. One does not typically think of rebirth as an act of digestion, but mythology rarely bothers with subtlety. When Zeus freed his siblings and overthrew the old order, Hera emerged into the world anew. Though younger than her brother husband, yes, mythology is like that, she quickly established herself not just as his consort, but as his equal in divine authority. She was not merely Zeus's wife, she was the queen of Olympus, crowned in her own right. And how did they meet? Well, Zeus, naturally, pursued her with all the subtlety of a lightning storm. But Hera, clever and cautious, was not so easily impressed. She resisted his advances, holding him at bay until he employed one of his more peculiar courtship strategies. Disguising himself as a helpless cuckoo bird, he flung himself into her lap, trembling and pitiful. Touched by pity, she cradled the bird, at which point he transformed back into himself, and, in classic divine fashion, took her by surprise. It's not exactly romantic by modern standards, but in the mythological world it was practically a sonnet. Their marriage, however, was far from idyllic. Hera, the goddess of marriage itself, found herself bound to a husband whose fidelity was about as stable as a chariot with one wheel. Zeus's dalliances with mortal women, nymphs, and even other goddesses became the stuff of legend and tragedy. Each time he strayed, Hera's response was not silence or resignation. It was vengeance, measured, precise, and often deeply poetic. But let us be fair. Hera's anger wasn't blind rage. It was rooted in dignity, in a deep sense of what was proper, sacred, and just. She did not lash out without cause. When she punished, she did so with the calm certainty of a queen upholding order in a realm that seemed determined to unravel. Consider, for instance, the tale of Io, a mortal priestess whom Zeus fancied. When Hera came sniffing around, Zeus panicked and turned Io into a white cow. Hera, of course, saw right through this bovine charade. She accepted the cow as a gift, ever so graciously, and appointed Argus, a giant with 100 eyes, to guard her. Not the subtlest move, but effective. Zeus, desperate, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with stories and music. And once all 100 eyes had closed, Hermes dispatched him. Hera was furious. She retrieved the cowgirl Io and placed Argus's many eyes onto the tail of her sacred bird, the peacock, a detail that endures in the bird's plumage to this day. That's the thing about Hera. She didn't forget. She memorialized. She took insults and carved them into the stars, into feathers, into stone. Not out of spite, but out of principle. Her world was order, and when it was disrupted, she responded accordingly. Another tale, this one involving Heracles, one of Zeus's many sons by another woman. Hera hated him from the moment he drew breath. She sent serpents into his cradle. She drove him to madness. She placed obstacles in his path at every turn. And yet, in an irony almost too perfect, it was Heracles, after his death, who was welcomed into Olympus and reconciled with Hera, even marrying her daughter Hebe. One imagines the family dinners were tense. But Hera was not merely an angry wife. That's a simplification, and an unfair one. She was the goddess to whom women prayed for safe childbirth, for a stable home, for the sacred bond of marriage to hold firm. She was protector and patroness of queens. Her temples were among the most splendid in Greece. particularly the great Heraeon near Argos, where priestesses performed elaborate rituals and dedicated their lives to her service. She was also embodiment of regal poise. When Homer describes her in the Iliad, it's with a kind of awed reverence. Tall, proud, golden-eyed. She rides in a chariot pulled by peacocks, wears a crown that gleams with the fire of heaven, and speaks with a voice that can silence a room full of immortals. Even Zeus, for all his bluster, knew when to tread carefully around Hera. Their marriage, for all its strife, was also a political bond, a symbol of cosmic balance. Zeus representing raw power and law, and Hera representing loyalty, structure, and sacred tradition. Together they ruled not just Olympus, but the framework of the Greek cosmos. Their quarrels were myth, yes, but they also reflected the eternal struggle between freedom and fidelity, chaos and order, impulse and restraint. To worship Hera was not to adore gentleness. It was to honour strength wrapped in dignity. It was to recognise that the world needs not just storms, but boundaries. That love is not always sweet. Sometimes it is fierce, wounded, enduring. Sometimes it clenches its jaw and carries on for the sake of something larger than the self. She had her moments of compassion too. She aided Jason and the Argonauts. She watched over women in labour. She lent power to those who upheld justice. In some myths, she is a maternal figure, not soft, but solid. The kind of mother who might not kiss your scrapes, but who would stand between you and a charging bull without flinching. In art, she is nearly always majestic, seated on a throne, a sceptre in one hand, a lotus-tipped staff, or a pomegranate in the other. The pomegranate, as you might recall, being a symbol of fertility and the cycle of life, one that appears frequently in ancient depictions of divine queenship. Her sacred animals, beyond the peacock, include the cow, not merely for its docility, but for its association with nurturing and steadfastness. There's a reason the Romans called her Juno, and made her the chief goddess of their pantheon. Hera's archetype, the divine matron, both feared and revered, echoes across countless cultures. She is not a goddess who fades with time. She is one who endures it. And so we imagine her now, seated in her radiant hall, high above the clouds, the golden light of Olympus falling across her brow. The peacocks shuffle softly at her feet. The fires crackle low. A divine scroll rests beside her. Perhaps a new list of grievances, or a wedding invitation, or both. The gods around her quarrel and bicker, laugh and sulk, but Hera remains still, watchful. She does not always speak first, but when she does, Olympus listens. Tonight, her gaze is calm. Her court is quiet. Somewhere in the mortal world, a marriage is made, a child is born, a vow is kept, and the Queen of the Heavens for once is at peace. Sleep now, traveller. You rest beneath her watchful eyes, and she never forgets. The sea, even now, holds a kind of ancient silence, a deep, breathing presence beneath the surface, never quite still, never fully asleep. And in that timeless blue, long before sailors traced constellations or merchants dreamed of distant shores, the Greeks believed something older stirred, something powerful, proud, and on occasion rather moody. Poseidon, brother to Zeus and Hades, god of the sea, earthquakes, horses, and, quite notably, grudges. While Zeus ruled the skies and Hades reigned below, Poseidon claimed everything that foamed, surged, churned, and crashed. The sea, after all, was not merely water to the ancient Greeks. It was a force, a frontier, a mystery. And Poseidon was its sovereign. Imagine him now, tall, muscular, bearded like a storm-beaten king, hair tangled with salt and seaweed, his trident gleaming with the wet glint of dawn tides. He does not float above the clouds like his brother. He rides the crests of waves, pulled by hippocamps, those mythical seahorses with hooves of foam and manes like river reeds. When he speaks, it's with the low rumble of tectonic plates shifting beneath your feet. He is the voice of the ocean floor, old, rumbling, and not particularly patient. His realm is vast, not only the sea itself, but every inlet, spring, and underground stream. Sailors prayed to him before journeys. Fishermen whispered his name over their nets. Even those on dry land, far from the coast, feared his wrath. Earthquakes, which the Greeks called Poseidon shaking the ground, were seen as his doing. You may recall, he's not the type to knock politely when displeased. Like his brothers, Poseidon's origin begins in darkness, swallowed, like the rest of his siblings, by Cronus, then freed by Zeus. After the Titanomachy, the war against the old gods, the world was divided. Zeus took the sky, Hades took the underworld. Poseidon was given the sea, not as a consolation prize, mind you, but as a dominion equal in majesty and terror. And to be fair, it rather suited him. Poseidon's nature was not, shall we say, consistent. Some days he was beneficent, the god who granted calm winds, guided ships safely home, and coaxed fresh water from dry earth. Other times, not so much. He could whip the sea into a frenzy, send monstrous waves toward unsuspecting shores, and summon sea beasts large enough to snack on entire cities. He was not cruel, simply temperamental. The sea, after all, is both giver and taker, and so was he. One of his more famous tempers was directed at a city we now know as Athens. You see, Poseidon and his niece Athena both wished to become its patron deity. The gods proposed a contest. Each would present a gift, and the people would choose which god to honour. Poseidon struck the earth with his trident and produced a spring, though awkwardly it was salt water, which isn't terribly helpful inland. Athena, meanwhile, offered the olive tree, a symbol of peace, prosperity, and rather useful for cooking. The Athenians, ever practical, chose her. Poseidon, in classic form, did not take the loss well. He flooded parts of the land in retaliation, and though things eventually settled, it was clear losing was not something he tolerated gracefully. His relationships, like his tempers, were turbulent. He married a sea goddess named Amphitrite, one of the 50 Nereids. She initially fled his courtship, which involved a fair bit of chasing and the help of a dolphin. Yes, really. But eventually she relented, and they settled into what was, by Olympian standards, a relatively stable marriage. Their son Triton was half man, half fish, and often depicted blowing a conch shell to calm or summon the waves. That said, Poseidon was not the most faithful of husbands. His list of lovers and offspring rivals that of Zeus, and includes mortals, nymphs, and even creatures of his own making. His most famous children include the winged horse Pegasus, born from Medusa's severed neck after Poseidon, rather undiplomatically, had pursued her in Athena's temple. There's also Polyphemus, the Cyclops, who rather famously got on the wrong side of Odysseus. But more on that later. Poseidon's power was vast, but it was not always respected, especially by heroes who ought to have known better. Take Odysseus, for example. After blinding Polyphemus during his long journey home from Troy, he made the fatal error of taunting the Cyclops, whose father, of course, was Poseidon. This turned what should have been a 10-day voyage into a 10-year epic filled with shipwrecks, sirens, and sulking gods. The lesson? Never anger the man who controls your travel plans. Yet Poseidon was also a builder. He helped construct the walls of Troy, though when the king refused to pay him properly, Poseidon ensured the city would one day fall. Again, we return to the theme of divine memory. The Olympians, especially Poseidon, had long memories, and an even longer sense of justice when they felt slighted. Worship of Poseidon was widespread in coastal regions. The Isthmus of Corinth housed one of his major temples, a grand structure where sailors and seagoers offered sacrifices for safe passage. Horses were sacred to him, not just sea horses, but earthly ones too. He was said to have created the first horse, striking the earth with his trident. In some myths, he's even credited with teaching humanity how to harness their strength. A reminder that Poseidon, though wild, could be generous when honoured properly. But the sea is not merely geography. To the Greeks, it was a living presence. It connected lands, carried myths, swallowed empires. And Poseidon was its voice, never entirely predictable, but always aware. His temples stood open to the wind. His statues looked outward toward the horizon. The sea was his, and so was the space between. He was also deeply involved in the origin stories of many islands. Greek mythology is filled with accounts of Poseidon raising lands from the sea, or smashing them in fits of wrath. The island of Delos, sacred to Apollo and Artemis, was said to have once floated freely across the Aegean until Poseidon anchored it in place. There were times, too, when he struck land into being, new shores rising in tribute to his power. In festivals, Poseidon's worshippers did not always offer their prayers in gentle tones. Sacrifices were often made with a mix of fear and reverence. At some coastal sites, entire horses were driven into the sea as offerings, not out of cruelty, but because Poseidon's hunger was thought to match the size of his domain. He was not a half-god, not a tender god. He was primal, elemental. Even the Romans, who called him Neptune, retained this vision of a forceful, ocean-bound deity. His image persisted through empires, carved into stone, etched into coins, guiding ships long after belief in him had faded. The sea, after all, does not forget its gods so easily. We imagine him now in his underwater palace, made of coral and pearl, the walls shimmering with light filtered through leagues of ocean. Sea nymphs glide past like shadows. Triton's conch echoes faintly through distant caverns. Poseidon himself sits upon a throne of stone and shell, gazing out across his domain, silent but not still, never still. He does not speak often, but when he does, the waters respond. Perhaps he watches the mortals sailing above, their sails full of borrowed wind, their ships no more than fragile bones upon the deep. Perhaps he lets them pass. Or perhaps he sends a gentle ripple, just a reminder that he is there. Not cruel, this god, but not forgetful. He embodies the sea, vast, mercurial, essential. A god of storms and silences alike. And for the Greeks, he was not to be loved blindly, but respected absolutely. So tonight, as you drift toward dreams, let the rhythm of waves soothe your mind. The ocean has its stories, old and echoing, and far beneath Poseidon rests, not sleeping but listening. Sleep well now. The sea is calm tonight, and he allows it. Beneath the world we know, beneath the mountain roots and the drifting ocean floor, there lies a place older than memory, darker than night, and stiller than time. It is not a place of fire, though later ages would say so. Nor is it a prison. It is simply what comes next. The Greeks called it the underworld, and at its quiet centre sits Hades, god of the dead. Hades, the eldest son of Cronus and Rhea, did not rule Olympus. He did not hurl thunder or stir the seas. His power did not flash. It endured. When the world was divided among the three brothers after the defeat of the Titans, Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades, without protest, accepted the land beneath the earth. Some say he was unlucky. Others say he chose it. In truth, Hades never needed spectacle to be sovereign. He simply was. He is a god of silence, not absence, not cruelty, silence. In myth, he rarely shouts or boasts. He acts with measure, with weight. Mortals feared him, yes, but they also respected him. Not because he brought death, he did not, but because he received it. Because all roads in time lead to him. His realm is vast, layered like the roots of a great tree. The dead come by way of Hermes, who guides them gently down. At the threshold waits Charon, the ferryman, demanding his coin. It was for this reason that Greeks placed obols in the mouths of their dead. To be caught without payment meant wandering the shores of the Styx forever, unheard and unmourned. And the Styx is only one of many rivers. There is the Acheron, river of pain, the Cocytus, river of lamentation, the Phlegethon, which burns without consuming, and Lethe, river of forgetfulness, whose waters wash the mind to sleep. Each river marks a passage, not just in distance, but in meaning. They do not flow through geography. They flow through memory, through fear, through hope. The dead are judged by three ancient kings, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Most souls go to the asphodel meadows, where they drift in a dreamless peace, unremarkable, undisturbed. A few, the wicked, descend to Tartarus, the deepest pit where punishment suits the crime, and a rare few, the most noble, ascend to the Elysian fields, a place of music, sunlight, and soft breezes, where even in death the good may breathe freely. This realm is Hades' charge. He governs it not with fire, but with order. He is not cruel, he is not kind. He simply ensures that what must be, is, that every soul is received, remembered, and placed. There is dignity in that, and yet despite this, he is often misunderstood. In art and story, he is sometimes mistaken for the villain, perhaps because death itself is feared, and he is its face. But Hades is no more evil than gravity. He does not hunt souls. He does not tempt or torment. He rules, patiently and perpetually, over the inevitable. His most famous myth, of course, is that of Persephone. The tale begins in sunlight, with flowers. Persephone, daughter of Demeter, goddess of the harvest, was picking blooms in a field when the earth opened. Hades rose in his chariot of obsidian and took her, down, down, beneath the roots of the world. Demeter searched the earth, refusing to let crops grow until her daughter was returned. And so, at last, a compromise was made. Persephone would spend part of the year above with her mother, and part below with her husband. Thus came the seasons. Spring and summer for joy, autumn and winter for mourning. Was it love? Was it power? The myths differ. But in the underworld, Persephone became queen. Not a captive, not merely a consort, but a ruler in her own right. She sat beside Hades, not behind him. She guided the dead past judgment, tended the pale gardens of the shades. And Hades? He did not rage. He did not betray. In all the stories, he is perhaps the only god who does not cheat, who does not stray. His realm was enough. His crown was enough. His queen was enough. He is often called Ploton, the rich one, for all things beneath the earth belong to him. Gold, silver, precious stones, seeds in the soil. From him come not only endings, but beginnings. Seeds must lie in darkness before they sprout, and Hades rules that darkness. He rarely appeared among the other gods. When he did, it was always for great cause. He aided in the war against the giants. He lent his helm of invisibility to Perseus, who used it to escape after slaying Medusa. But mostly he remained apart, watching, waiting, attending to his domain. His presence was felt in rituals of mourning, in the rustle of grave goods, in the hush after a final breath. Sacrifices to Hades were done at night, with black animals, the smoke sent downward. His name was spoken in whispers, or not at all. To call him drew his gaze, and that was a heavy thing. Yet not all feared him. At Eleusis, his name was part of the mystery rites that promised rebirth. In the Orphic traditions, he was not an ending, but a gatekeeper to the next beginning. Some even believed in cycles of life and death, of reincarnation. And Hades stood not as a wall, but as a door. Imagine him now, if you will, seated on a throne of volcanic stone, surrounded by shadow, his robe falling in quiet folds. Around him flicker the shades of those long gone, speaking in murmurs only the dead understand. Beside him, Persephone tends a garden of pale flowers that bloom without sun. The air smells faintly of myrrh and memory. He holds a sceptre, not to strike, but to signal order. The dead do not rise in rebellion. They do not need chains. The weight of time itself holds them in place. Unlike his brothers, Hades does not crave glory. He is not jealous of Olympus. He does not interfere with mortals unless they enter his domain without permission. And even then, he is more judge than executioner. He sets terms. He upholds them. Consider Orpheus, who came to plead for Eurydice. Hades listened. He agreed. He gave the poet a chance to lead her out, on one condition: do not look back. And when Orpheus did, Hades took nothing more than what was owed. There was no trickery, only the rules. In a world where even gods could be petty, Hades was consistent. Perhaps that is why, for all his distance, he was trusted. Feared, yes, but also trusted. And so the Greeks lived with him always in mind. Not in terror, but in acknowledgement. They built tombs with care. They left offerings. They remembered names. Because to be remembered was to remain just a little longer in the world above. Tonight, as you lay your head down, you need not fear the God below. He is not waiting in your shadow. He is keeping watch over those already gone. He tends a realm not of fire, but of memory. He sits in silence, because there is nothing more to prove. Sleep now. Let the earth hold you gently. Let your thoughts drift like leaves on the Acheron. Let the hush of that quiet kingdom lull you into rest. Hades waits, but not for you, not yet. He only waits as the world turns, and he always will. They say she was born not in the ordinary way, but from a headache, a rather severe one. Zeus, as the story goes, had swallowed her mother, Metis, the goddess of wisdom, because it had been foretold that she would bear a child mightier than he. Problem solved, he thought. but divine digestion is rarely the end of a tale in Greek myth. One day, Zeus began to suffer an unbearable pain in his skull. Gods gathered. Suggestions were made. Eventually Hephaestus, ever practical, struck Zeus's head with an axe. Out sprang Athena, fully grown and fully armed, a spear in one hand and a shield in the other, shouting a battle cry that echoed across Olympus. A dramatic entrance, even by divine standards. Athena, goddess of wisdom, war strategy, crafts and reason, arrived not as a child but as an idea made flesh, poised, calm, and already thinking 3 moves ahead. She wore a helm, bore the aegis of Zeus, and from her first breath demanded the respect of gods and mortals alike. Her presence on Olympus was distinct. Unlike many of her peers, Athena was not known for tempestuous love affairs or dramatic feuds over vanity, though she wasn't entirely above such things. She was measured, exacting, and rather fond of logic. In a realm of passion and power, she was principle personified. That said, she was not cold. She simply saw the long game. Cities and civilizations adored her. Most famously, of course, Athens itself took her name. The contest between Athena and Poseidon for the patronage of the city is one of these tales that reveals as much about Greek values as it does about the gods themselves. Poseidon, being who he was, offered a gift of grandeur. He struck the earth and produced a saltwater spring, or in some versions a warhorse. Either way impressive, but not terribly useful to the residents of a rocky inland city. Athena, ever pragmatic, planted the olive tree. Shade, food, oil, and wood, all from one gift. The Athenians chose her, and frankly, who wouldn't? From then on, Athena became more than a goddess to them. She was the guardian of their identity, their sense of civic pride, their pursuit of reason, art, and just war. Her temple, the Parthenon, still crowns the Acropolis today, its columns watching the Aegean like sentinels of marble. It remains not just a relic of ancient architecture, but a testament to her enduring spirit. Athena's approach to war was nothing like Ares' bloodlust. She preferred tactics, planning, the application of intelligence to conflict. She represented the mind in battle, not the frenzy. She advised heroes rather than charging in herself. Odysseus, in particular, earned her favour. His cunning, his guile, his talent for words over weapons, all were qualities she prized. She guided him home through storm and strife, always the voice of reason whispering beneath the chaos. But wisdom is not always gentle. Athena could be uncompromising, and when insulted her wrath was cold and enduring. Take the tale of Arachne, a mortal weaver whose skill was so great she dared claim superiority to the goddess herself. Athena, not known for indulging arrogance, challenged her to a contest. Arachne's tapestry was flawless, even daring to depict the gods in their less flattering moments. Athena, though impressed, tore it to shreds. She struck Arachne down, but, in a rare moment of mercy or poetic judgment, transformed her into the first spider, to weave forever. This balance of pride and precision defined Athena. She upheld honour, but never shied from asserting her place. She did not scream. She did not scheme. She simply stood her ground, and others yielded. She was also a patroness of crafts and invention. Pottery, weaving, architecture, all fell under her guidance. She inspired not just warriors, but artisans, philosophers, and lawmakers. Her symbol, the owl, denoted clear-sightedness, and was stamped on the coins of Athens. Wherever thoughtful hands shaped the world, Athena was there. Artists spoke her name before chiselling marble. Statesmen offered silent prayers before debating law. Curiously, she remained a virgin goddess, not in prudishness, but in independence. She did not marry. She did not pursue or yield to pursuit. Her loyalty lay with principle, not passion. This lent her a certain clarity, a steadiness untouched by the usual romantic entanglements that entangled her peers. She stood alone, and from deep solitude came strength. Even her friends knew to tread carefully. When Tiresias, the blind prophet, accidentally witnessed her bathing, Athena struck him blind. But in fairness, she also gave him the gift of prophecy to balance the scales. Firm but fair. That was her way. In art, Athena is almost always armed, but never aggressive. Her shield often bore the head of Medusa, a grim gift from Perseus after his fateful quest. According to some tales, she aided him by guiding his hand, lending him tools, whispering courage. But her choice to place Medusa's face on her shield, that was something more. A warning, perhaps, or a reminder that wisdom does not flinch from horror. It absorbs it, reflects it, uses it. Athena had no shortage of temples across the Greek world. In addition to the Parthenon, sanctuaries in places like Delphi and Sparta honoured her many aspects: warrior, lawgiver, protector. Festivals such as the Panathenea celebrated her birth and her role in civic life, combining athletic contests, sacrifices, and parades of woven robes made in her honour. In one such rite, young women would carry offerings in silence, their steps measured, their robes flowing like water under olive trees. Her epithets tell the story of her scope: Athena Parthenos, the maiden; Athena Polias, of the city; Athena Promachos, she who fights in front; Athena Ergane, the industrious; Athena Nike, bearer of victory. She was many things, but never distant. Even in myth, she is the goddess most likely to walk beside mortals, to speak plainly, to guide without condescension. She saw potential where others saw fault. She offered guidance, not flattery; expectation, not indulgence. There were contradictions, of course. She upheld justice, but stood silent when her fellow gods acted with less than noble intent. She punished women who crossed lines, yet empowered heroes to defy the odds. But perhaps that was her wisdom, knowing when to act and when to wait. Not every wrong needed to be shouted down. Some could be corrected with time, with silence, with the long view. Athena always had the long view. She rarely raised her voice, but when she did, it was the sound of clear judgment, like bronze striking bronze in the still air before battle. A single note, impossible to ignore. Her advice was often laced with calm warnings, softly spoken truths. In council, the gods might argue for hours, but when Athena spoke, the room fell still. Her logic was not easily refuted. Her presence was not easily dismissed. Imagine her now, seated on her marble throne, high in the halls of Olympus. Her eyes are cool and calm, scanning scrolls of mortal deeds. She does not smile often, but when she does, it is the smile of one who sees potential, not perfection. Her owl perches silently nearby, and outside, the stars wheel in precise procession. Every movement above reflects her mind below. Quiet, deliberate, constant. Somewhere below, a child learns to write. A potter turns a wheel. A general marks a map. A philosopher pauses mid-thought, wondering from where the insight came. And in all these things, Athena stirs. She is not the flashiest of gods, not the loudest, but she is the one whose name is whispered in libraries and courtrooms, in war rooms and workshops. She is wisdom in bronze, and tonight, as you close your eyes and drift toward dreams, know that she keeps watch, not in thunder or fire, but in thought, in structure, in the still strength of what is rightly built. Sleep now, and if you dream, let it be of olive groves and marble halls, of clear skies and steady hands. Athena is near, and she is thinking. In the soft glow before dawn, when the world holds its breath and the sky hesitates between silver and gold, two figures move through myth, twins, born of the same mother, destined to walk very different paths beneath the same ancient heavens. Apollo and Artemis, sunlight and moonlight, brother and sister, opposites and echoes. They were born on the island of Delos, a place said to have once drifted free in the sea until it anchored itself just in time to shelter their mother, Leto. Hera, ever so fond of revenge, and not at all fond of Zeus's many liaisons, had forbidden any land to receive Leto while she was pregnant. Delos, unrooted and wild, was not bound by such rules. And so, on that shifting soil beneath a curious sky, Leto gave birth to Artemis first, and then Apollo. From the beginning, they were not ordinary children. Artemis, it is said, helped deliver her brother, and thus became the goddess of childbirth and protector of the young. Apollo, radiant and golden, emerged second, but would come to embody light, music, poetry, prophecy, and healing. A resume so robust it might make even Hermes blink. The two were close, but distinct. Artemis claimed the wild, forests, mountains, creatures of the night. She roamed with her bow and hounds, untouched by civilization, untouched by men. A virgin goddess, her strength lay in independence, her power in her distance. She guarded the liminal spaces, dusk, wilderness, the edge of becoming. Apollo, by contrast, loved the centre, the sunlight, the lyre, the temple steps warm with afternoon heat. He ruled order and clarity, truth spoken through the lips of oracles, the measured beat of poetry, the clean line of sculpture. Where Artemis prowled under trees, Apollo strode into plazas, head lifted, every step in rhythm. And yet they remained mirrors of each other. Where he brought the day, she drew the night. Where he offered reason, she guarded mystery. They did not oppose one another, but completed a circle. Apollo's most famous shrine was at Delphi, where the oracle of the Pythia would sit upon a tripod and speak his prophecies, often in riddles that twisted fate and free will into a single thread. Pilgrims came from across the Greek world to ask their questions and receive their cryptic answers. And though the responses were maddeningly vague at times, Apollo's gift was not in simplicity, it was in insight. He was also a musician beyond compare. His lyre, given to him by Hermes in apology for a rather cheeky cattle theft, became a symbol of celestial harmony. With it, he could soothe storms, calm minds, and sway hearts. His songs were not merely entertainment, they were structure, soul, cosmos turned into melody. But Apollo was not all light. His stories, like those of all the Olympians, carry shadows. He loved often and disastrously. Daphne, a nymph who fled him, was turned into a laurel tree to escape his pursuit. Coronis, whom he loved, betrayed him, and he struck her down, only to save their unborn child, Asclepius, god of medicine. His wrath was precise, his grief enduring. Artemis too had her shadows. She punished those who saw her without consent. Actaeon, a hunter, stumbled upon her bathing, and was transformed into a stag, torn apart by his own hounds. She was protective to the point of fury, unyielding in her expectations. But she was also kind to those who honoured her solitude. She guarded the vulnerable, walked beside maidens, lent her strength to women in labour, and was invoked in the hush of moonlit prayers. Unlike her brother, Artemis built no cities. Her temples were often deep in forests or perched on cliffside paths. She preferred the company of nymphs, wild animals and stars, and yet her worship was widespread. From Ephesus to Broron, from Arcadia to Sicily, girls danced in her honour, shedding their childhood names in rites of passage that whispered of transformation. Together, Apollo and Artemis represented more than light and dark. They were a pair of divine principles: reason and intuition, civilization and wilderness, speech and silence, the bow that hunted and the lyre that healed, and always, always they remained siblings, never rivals, never strangers. One tale tells of the Gigantomachy, the battle between the gods and the giants. In it, Apollo and Artemis fought side by side. He struck with arrows of burning gold, she with arrows silver cold. Together they felled foes far larger than themselves, their aim unwavering, their cause righteous. The sun and moon fought as one. Another myth speaks of the death of Niobe's children. Niobe, a queen, mocked Leto for having only 2 offspring, while she herself had many. Enraged by the insult, Artemis and Apollo took up their bows. One by one, they struck down Niobe's children. He the sons, she the daughters. Only one child, in some versions, was spared. Niobe fled, weeping, and was turned to stone, a waterfall of endless mourning. The lesson, while grim, was clear. Do not mock the mother of light and shadow. And yet these myths were not simply warnings. They were mirrors held to the human heart, showing how passion, loyalty, and power play out in forms larger than life. Through these stories, the Greeks explored the very structure of feeling. Apollo and Artemis did not merely punish or protect. They expressed divine aspects of our own inner worlds. Apollo, the god of healing, was also the god of plague. A single note from his bow could bring sickness, another restoration. Artemis, goddess of the hunt, was both life-giver and death-dealer to animals. They held paradox in their palms, like a bowstring stretched between extremes. Historically, their worship shaped much of Greek religious life. At Delphi, Apollo's oracle defined political decisions, voyages, and even wars. The Delian League took its name from his birthplace. Athletes swore oaths in his name before the Pythian Games, held every 4 years in his honour. Artemis, meanwhile, was central to rites of maturity. At Broron, girls approaching womanhood took part in rituals where they dressed as bears, an echo of Artemis's role as guardian of transitions. Her sanctuary at Ephesus, with its massive temple and statues adorned with symbols of fertility and wildlife, was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Romans, too, honoured them. Apollo remained Apollo, a rare instance of continuity. Artemis became Diana, and her image continued to stalk moonlit groves, untamed and untouched. In art, Apollo is shown as youthful, beardless, often holding his lyre or bow. His face is serene, his posture poised. He represents the ideal: balance, grace, harmony. Artemis, in contrast, is swift and sure. Her robes swirl as she moves, her gaze sharp as the silver tip of her arrow. She is both the stillness of the forest and the sudden snap of a branch. Imagine them now, side by side at the edge of the world. Apollo lifts the sun once more, the sky flushed with gold. Birds begin to stir, songs gently warming the air. Behind him, Artemis draws the moon down, folding it in shadow. The stars sigh, a deer steps softly through mist, and between them the world wakes. They do not speak, but they do not need to. They have walked this dance since time began. Apollo glances east, where day waits with open arms. Artemis turns west into the deep hush of the woods, and for a moment their paths cross. Light and dark, brother and sister. Sleep now. Let moonlight guide you toward dreams. Let the last golden chords of Apollo's lyre fade into stillness. The twins keep their watch, and the world for now is balanced. Settle in now. Let the sounds of battle fade, and the clang of hammers grow gentle. Tonight we visit two gods so different in nature they rarely share a page, yet here they are, side by side in our dreams. One is fury with a sword, the other fire with a purpose. Ares and Hephaestus, the god of war, and the god of the forge. Together they paint a curious picture of masculinity in ancient Greece. One all brawn and blood, the other limping but brilliant. And if the myths are to be believed, which at bedtime we rather hope they are, the Olympian family didn't quite know what to do with either of them. Ares, son of Zeus and Hera, was the personification of raw, untamed violence. Not the tactical war of generals, not the careful strategy of Athena. No, Ares was the thundering heart, the rising scream, the blind charge into chaos. The Greeks called him Ares, and while they respected what he represented, they didn't exactly invite him to dinner. Even Zeus, his own father mind you, was famously unimpressed. In Homer's Iliad, Zeus calls Ares the most hateful of all the gods, and not in the sort of way that implies playful teasing over wine. Ares embodied the kind of war that scorched fields and toppled cities for no reason at all. He delighted in the clash of bronze on bronze, the whinny of panicked horses, the cries of dying men. His companions were equally charming: Phobos, fear; Deimos, terror; and Eris, strife. They followed him into battle like an entourage no mortal would dare invite to a feast. And yet, despite his ferocity, Ares wasn't particularly successful. He lost duels. He was once trapped in a jar for months by two mortal sons of Poseidon. Yes, a god of war, corked like pickled olives. It's enough to make one wonder if the Greeks were having a quiet laugh at his expense. But contrast Ares with how the Romans saw him. Mars, as they called him, was revered, honoured, worshipped with parades. While the Greeks regarded Ares with caution, the Romans embraced him as a symbol of disciplined might and empire. A curious shift, perhaps reflecting the values of a rising military power versus a culture that preferred wit, reason, and an afternoon of philosophy in the shade. Still, there's something almost endearing about Ares. He wears his passion plainly. He falls, and oh, how he falls, madly for Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. And what a pair they made! She, radiant and sly; he, straightforward and smitten. Their affair, though secret, was not subtle. They were caught in the act by Hephaestus, her husband, who ensnared them in a net of his own making. Now, that brings us to our second god tonight, the quiet, smouldering power of the forge. Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith, son of Hera, and, depending on which version you prefer, perhaps without a father at all. Some say Hera bore him alone in revenge for Zeus birthing Athena from his head. That's Olympian parenting for you, equal parts miracle and pettiness. But Hephaestus was born lame, and in the glistening society of gods, where beauty and power were expected, he stood apart. Myths differ. In one, Hera throws him from Olympus in disgust. In another, it's Zeus who does so after a disagreement. Either way, the poor lad gets launched off a cloud and crashes into the sea, where kindly sea nymphs raise him. Now that would make for an awkward family reunion, wouldn't it? But Hephaestus doesn't brood forever. He learns, he builds. In time, he returns to Olympus, not with wrath, but with skill. And what skill it is. He creates thrones, automatons, palaces of bronze. He crafts Achilles' shield, so intricate that poets had to stop and describe it for hundreds of lines. He builds Pandora, the first woman, fashioned so finely she was irresistible. Hephaestus is quite simply the patron of invention, and not just of swords and armour, but of every tool, every spark of progress shaped by hand. Where Ares is destruction, Hephaestus is creation through flame. The hammer and anvil become his altar. The ancients recognized this. He had cults across Greece, especially in Athens and on Lemnos, the volcanic island that claimed to be his earthly home. There, fires were sacred, and every blacksmith was a kind of priest, echoing their divine patron in sweat and soot. In Athens, Hephaestus shared a temple with Athena, a pairing not romantic, but symbolic. She brought wisdom, he brought the means to build it. Craftsmanship and cleverness side by side. And yet, for all his brilliance, Hephaestus rarely wins in myth. His marriage to Aphrodite is unfaithful. His traps are ingenious, but they rarely solve his loneliness. He is powerful, but not worshipped for his appearance or charm. In this way, he is one of the more relatable gods, not draped in glory, but labouring in the shadows, forging the world while others fight over it. And maybe that's the secret. Because the Greeks, for all their love of myth, were practical. They built, they reasoned, they argued in the agora, and laid stones in perfect lines. While Ares might shout and wave his sword, Hephaestus quietly forged the hinge it swung on. Still, they're both part of the same divine family, and one imagines the dinners on Olympus were, well, complicated. Imagine it. Ares boasting of a battlefield drenched in glory, while Hephaestus scowls over a scorch mark on his latest sculpture. Hera sighs, Apollo plucks a judgmental chord, Dionysus refills everyone's cup. Aphrodite checks her reflection in a polished shield, and somewhere in the back, Hermes snickers. But beneath the myth, there's something ancient and telling here. These two gods represent a duality that every civilization wrestles with: force and function, chaos and craft, fire that burns and fire that builds. We must remember that war, though often glorified in poetry, was a terrifying reality. The Greeks were no strangers to conflict. Hoplite battles, city-state skirmishes, Persian invasions. They had seen what war could do. And perhaps that's why Ares was kept at arm's length. A necessary force, but not an honoured guest. In contrast, the tools of Hephaestus were present in every life. The plough, the spear, the loom's axle, the temple's columns, all bore the echo of his forge. To praise him was to praise civilization itself. In vase paintings and statuary, Hephaestus is often depicted with muscular arms, soot-blackened face, and a short workman's tunic. He doesn't glow with ethereal light. He sweats, he bends metal, he limps with purpose. Ares, on the other hand, is all sharp lines and bronze gleam, plumed helmet, shield at the ready, chin held just so. His beauty is as carefully wrought as his sword, but somehow always less trustworthy. And so the Greeks taught their children, strength alone is not enough. Building create, work with your hands, let the fire warm, not consume. Still, perhaps Ares needed to exist, if only to remind us how precious peace is. And Hephaestus, for all his trials, remained indispensable. Even the gods needed a smith. As we drift further into stillness, think of the forge, glowing softly in the night, surrounded by tools, half-finished wonders, and the scent of warm metal. No shouting, no clashing spears. Only quiet firelight and the slow rhythm of the hammer. Perhaps the heart of Olympus wasn't in the throne room, but in the forge below. And somewhere, deep in the mountain halls, a god with a limp and a mind of steel continues to shape the world, while far above, a war god sharpens his blade, just in case. Let the sparks fade now. One by one, the fire dims. The clang of iron grows faint, and the gods ever flawed fall silent as sleep draws near. Close your eyes and let the rules of the waking world loosen their grip. Tonight we drift with the tricksters, the ones who cross boundaries, blur identities, and chuckle when the map doesn't match the terrain. We're stepping off the polished marble steps of Olympus and wandering instead down a vine-choked path that smells faintly of wine, wildflowers, and something just a little forbidden. These are the gods of transition, of thresholds, of masks, mischief, and mystery. Dionysus and Hermes. One pours the wine, the other steals your sandals. And together, they lead us to the edges of what it means to be human. Let's begin with Dionysus. You may think of him as the god of wine, which he is, but he is so much more than that. He's the god of release, of madness and ecstasy, of letting go of the self. A paradox in Ivy, both comforting and terrifying. His origin story is tangled as it should be. Some say he was born of Semele, a mortal princess, and Zeus, who, in classic Zeus fashion, visited her in secret. But Semele, tricked by a jealous Hera, asked to see Zeus in his full divine form. And mortals, it seems, are not built for thunder. She perished in flame, and Zeus, in a rather creative act of divine obstetrics, rescued the unborn Dionysus and sewed him into his own thigh. Yes, you heard that right. Dionysus was born, again, from Zeus's leg. It's not elegant, but it's memorable. From the moment of his birth, Dionysus lived between worlds, mortal and divine, Greek and foreign, male and feminine, sane and not so sane. He wandered, he grew, and wherever he went, vines burst through the earth. Panthers followed him. Women, called maenads, danced barefoot in the woods, possessed by his presence. And behind the joy, there was always a shadow of danger. Because Dionysus is not just the god of wine, he is the god of what wine does. He is the one who shows you who you really are, or who you're trying very hard not to be. To the Greeks, Dionysus embodied the part of life that broke through structure. He was worshipped in ecstatic rites, sometimes at night, sometimes deep in the woods. The Orphic mysteries and Bacchic festivals allowed initiates to slip free from identity, gender, class, duty, and taste, for a moment, the freedom of dissolution. It wasn't always peaceful. Pentheus, a proud Theban king, tried to suppress the cult of Dionysus. The god, disguised as a gentle priest, lured him into observing the women's rites. But Pentheus was torn apart, quite literally, by his own mother, driven mad by the god's power. And yet Dionysus wasn't a villain. He was balance. He came at the end of winter. He came after loss. He was the return of vitality, the wild joy that reminds us we're alive. And for all his chaos, he was beloved. Temples rose in his name. Theatres were built in his honour. The City Dionysia festival in Athens became the birthplace of tragedy and comedy alike, a sacred celebration of storytelling, masks, and human emotion. Because theatre, like Dionysus himself, walks the line between illusion and truth. Now turn from the forest and follow the flutter of wings. Or is it just a whisper of sandals on marble? Hermes is here. If Dionysus teaches us how to lose control, Hermes shows us how to navigate it. The messenger god, the guide of souls, the trickster with a grin that suggests he's already stolen whatever it is you're looking for. Hermes is the god of transitions, of travel, commerce, invention, and thievery. He is the protector of boundaries, and the one who slips right through them. Born in a cave, he was walking and stealing before the end of his first day. One of his first acts? Stealing Apollo's cattle, and not only stealing them, disguising his footprints by walking backward and crafting sandals out of bark. By sunset, he'd invented the lyre, made from a tortoise shell and gut strings, and charmed his way out of punishment by offering it as a gift to Apollo. That's Hermes, fast, clever, and just disarming enough to get away with it. But he's not just a jokester. Hermes had a vital role in Greek religion. He was Psychopompos, the soul guide, the one who led the dead to the underworld. Not judging, not punishing, simply escorting. A quiet presence at the moment of death, neither feared nor worshipped too loudly, but always needed. To the ancients, he was in the crossroads, the boundaries between fields, the liminal places where magic happens. Travellers left offerings to him in the form of herms, stone pillars topped with his head, often with an anatomically conspicuous addition carved just below. These stood as guardians of movement, fertility, and cheeky reminders of divine presence in the everyday. Hermes was also the god of merchants, of trade, negotiation, and yes, the occasional scam. But in the ancient world, that was part of the game. Commerce was sacred, and Hermes, ever adaptable, was both its protector and its jester. He appears everywhere, on coins, in plays, in dreams, a flicker of winged sandals across the sky. And here's where things get interesting. Because while Dionysus and Hermes are not often paired directly in myth, they are spiritual cousins. They are both liminal. They both connect opposites. Life and death, mortal and divine, order and chaos. They are gods of change. And in the ancient world, change was something to be respected, even feared, because it reminded people that the line between the civilized and the wild was thinner than we like to admit. In some Orphic traditions, Dionysus is linked with the soul's rebirth, torn apart by titans, reborn in fire. Hermes, meanwhile, appears in esoteric texts as a keeper of hidden knowledge, later merging with Egyptian Thoth to become Hermes Trismegistus, father of alchemy and the mystical arts. Between them, these two gods whisper a strange truth, that transformation is divine, that the in-between is sacred. The Greeks understood this. Their myths weren't meant to be consistent. They were meant to reflect life, messy, contradictory, and beautifully uncertain. And so, when a festival was held for Dionysus, with its masks and madness, it wasn't just about wine. It was about freedom, about feeling, for one night, that the world could bend, and maybe, just maybe, you could let go. And when a traveller stepped onto a road, uncertain of where it led, a prayer to Hermes wasn't just about reaching a destination. It was about protection in the unknown. A little luck, a little cleverness, a little mischief, just enough to make the journey interesting. In art, they appear in vivid contrast. Dionysus is crowned with ivy, robes slipping from his shoulders, holding a wine cup or a thyrsus, a staff wrapped in vines and crowned with a pine cone. His gaze is distant, ecstatic, as if he's watching something only the initiated can see. Hermes is lean, athletic, winged. On his hat, on his sandals, sometimes even on his ankles. He holds a caduceus, the staff with two serpents twined, which began as a symbol of negotiation, and later, quite curiously, ended up as a symbol for modern medicine. Together they tell us that not all gods are warriors or rulers. Some are wanderers. Some dance in the dark. Some laugh at locked doors and step through them anyway. And that, for the Greeks, was a comfort. That even in uncertainty, even in death or madness or stolen cattle, there were gods who understood. Gods who would walk with you, laugh with you, guide you. So now as you breathe more slowly, and your thoughts soften like dusk on the Aegean, imagine them. Dionysus in a clearing, music playing softly, surrounded by flickering torches and dancers, who have no need for names. Hermes on the road just ahead, a knowing look on his face, a coin in his pocket, ready to walk with you to the next chapter, wherever that may be. The vines settle, the wind quiets, the road becomes still, and two divine mischief makers quietly fade into dreams. The hearth, the grave, and the quiet gods at the centre of the world. Take a deep breath and let it out slowly. We've wandered with warriors, dined with tricksters, stood beneath thunderclouds, and danced through vineyards. But now, in this final chapter, we come to a still place, a place of rest and of presence. Not absence, but the kind of quiet you find when you've arrived home and closed the door behind you. Tonight, we visit the two most overlooked gods in the Olympian family, Hestia and Hades. They don't seek the spotlight. They don't meddle, chase mortals, or fling weapons across the sky. In fact, they rarely leave their posts at all. One keeps the fire burning in every home. The other keeps watch over every soul. They are constancy and return, beginning and end. And despite the myth's focus on louder, flashier figures, without them, the whole divine order would simply fall apart. Let's begin with Hestia. She is the eldest of the Olympians, the firstborn child of the Titans Cronus and Rhea, and the first to be swallowed whole by her father. Charming family, the Titans. You may remember, Cronus, paranoid about being overthrown, decided the best course of action was to eat his children. Hestia, being the eldest, went in first. When Zeus eventually forced Cronus to regurgitate his siblings with the help of a rather aggressive herbal tonic, Hestia was the last to emerge, and so she was both the firstborn and the last released, making her, quite poetically, the Alpha and the Omega of the Olympian order. Yet for all that drama, Hestia is perhaps the least dramatic deity of them all. She doesn't rage, she doesn't seduce or scheme, she doesn't even go on adventures. Instead, she simply remains. Hestia is the goddess of the hearth, the sacred fire at the centre of every Greek home, temple, and city. The hearth wasn't just a place to warm your hands or boil lentils. It was the spiritual anchor of life. Families gathered around it. Offerings were made at it. Prayers began and ended in its flickering glow. In every Greek household, Hestia's flame was a quiet promise that no matter how turbulent the world outside became, there was a place, even a small one, of warmth, safety, and belonging. She never married. She was courted, yes. Both Poseidon and Apollo tried their luck, but she politely declined, took a vow of eternal virginity, and went on quietly tending the fire. When the 12 thrones of Olympus were distributed, she stepped aside to let Dionysus, the youngest, have a place. She didn't make a fuss. She didn't sulk. She simply chose the centre over the summit. And in that centre, she became the most constant presence in all Greek life. In cities like Athens, a sacred flame to Hestia burned in the Prytaneum. The public hearth kept ever alight. When a colony was founded, fire was taken from that hearth and carried across the sea so that the new settlement could begin with Hestia's blessing. In this way, she linked the old world and the new, one glowing ember at a time. She had no grand temples, because every home was her temple. She had no epic poetry, because her story was not one of conquest or calamity. She simply was. She made every rite, every offering, and every home possible. Even at the start of any public or private sacrifice, the Greeks invoked Hestia first. Before the meat hit the altar, before the libation was poured, there was Hestia. At the end, as the last drop of wine spilled and the smoke rose skyward, there she was again. To us that might seem modest, but to the Greeks it was reverence of the highest sort. If Athena was the mind of the city and Artemis its wild edge, Hestia was its heart, quietly beating, never drawing attention, but always there. Now shift with me from the hearth to the depths of the earth, to another god who rarely spoke, but who ruled over far more than most realized. Hades, lord of the underworld. He, too, was a child of Cronus and Rhea, and he too was swallowed and later rescued by Zeus. When the war against the Titans was won, the 3 brothers, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, cast lots to divide the cosmos. Zeus drew the sky, Poseidon the sea, and Hades drew the lot of the underworld. Now let's be clear, he wasn't cast down. He didn't lose. He simply got the job no one else wanted, quietly, responsibly, and without complaint. And for that reason, he was misunderstood. In later ages, especially in Roman and Christian-influenced retellings, Hades was twisted into a demonic figure. But to the Greeks, he wasn't evil. He was inevitable. His realm wasn't hell. It was simply after, the natural destination of every mortal life. To them, Hades was a somber, dignified ruler. Strict, yes, but not cruel. In fact, he's one of the few gods who is never shown cheating on his wife or interfering in mortal affairs just for fun. His name means the unseen one, and his helmet, the famous helm of darkness, allowed him to move invisibly even among gods. A fitting symbol for a god whose work was constant but invisible. He ruled with fairness and order. He kept the shades of the dead from wandering, and ensured that each soul received its due, whether in the sunless meadows of Asphodel, the blissful fields of Elysium, or the shadowy depths of Tartarus for the truly wicked. He was feared, yes, but fear can be respectful. In fact, people avoided speaking his name altogether. Euphemisms like Pluton, meaning wealth giver, became common. After all treasures of the earth came from below. Gold, silver, crops, stability. Hades, in this guise, wasn't the god of doom, but of hidden riches. And then there's Persephone, the queen of the underworld, his equal in title and power. The myth is well known. Hades falls for Persephone and carries her off to his realm. Her mother, Demeter, goddess of the harvest, grieves, and the earth withers. Eventually, a deal is struck. Persephone will spend part of the year with Hades and part with her mother. Thus came the seasons. Spring when she returns, winter when she departs. It's easy to cast Persephone as a victim. But in the older mystery cult versions of the tale, she is powerful, chosen, even willing. Queen not just in name but in role, a guide to the dead and a bridge between life and the afterlife. And Hades, he remains faithful. Unlike Zeus and Poseidon, he has no wandering eye, no scandal. His love, while strange in form, is singular. This subtle stability was recognized in cult practice. At Eleusis, the initiates of the mysteries learned sacred secrets of death, of return, of rebirth, and central to it all was Hades, not a tormentor, but a keeper, a god who made sure nothing was lost forever, only transformed. So here, in this final chapter, we find something curious. The Olympian family is filled with movement, war, lust, laughter, rage. But at either end, bookending the myths like candles on a shrine, are two figures who do not chase, who do not flee, who simply hold. Hestia at the centre of the home, Hades at the centre of the earth. One keeps the fire burning, the other welcomes the flame when it fades, and neither boasts, though they touch every moment of life. From the first breath by the cradle to the last sigh at the tombstone, Hestia and Hades are there. In art, they are quiet. Hestia appears veiled, seated, serene, a modest woman holding a flame. Hades, often bearded and reserved, sits beside Persephone, sometimes with a cornucopia, a reminder that what lies beneath nourishes what grows above. And perhaps that's the lesson the Greeks left us. That glory isn't always loud. That power doesn't always parade. That the greatest forces in life are those that simply endure. So now, let the fire burn low. Let the earth cradle your thoughts. In one corner of the hearth, a flame flickers, constant, unbothered by wind or time. Far below, in quiet halls of stone, a king walks the corridors of memory, steady and patient. And in between, everything we are. Let Hestia hold your dreams. Let Hades guard your rest. And let sleep take you gently, where the gods who stayed home still keep their watch. Let us begin, as all good cautionary tales do, with a marriage. Not just any marriage, mind you, but the sacred union between the king and queen of the gods themselves, Zeus and Hera. On Mount Olympus, their relationship was held up, not as an ideal, but more as a constant source of divine tension, storm clouds, and the occasional herd of transformed cows. Now, marriage in the ancient Greek world was considered a societal pillar, albeit one built on decidedly patriarchal stone. It involved alliances, dowries, and heirs. Love was optional. Respect was negotiable. Fidelity? Well, let's not be silly. And in that regard, Zeus and Hera were deeply traditional. Their marriage began inauspiciously. Zeus, the thunder-wielding lord of the skies, had first attempted to court Hera politely. She was unmoved. So, in a move that tells you everything you need to know about him, Zeus transformed himself into a shivering little bird. Hera, ever maternal, took pity and held the trembling creature to her breast. Whereupon Zeus promptly transformed back and took advantage of her sympathy in a way that would not pass muster in any modern courtroom. Hera, shamed and cornered, agreed to marry him. the gods celebrated for 300 years, and the two were considered a cosmic match. But from the very start, their union was less a story of divine harmony and more an extended exercise in competitive vengeance. Zeus was, to put it mildly, not faithful. He pursued mortals, nymphs, and even the occasional divine relative with an enthusiasm bordering on the athletic. Danae, Io, Leda, Semele, Europa. The list of his conquests would require its own Homeric catalogue, and each liaison was accompanied by a transformation. A golden shower, a swan, a bull, even a particularly aggressive cloud. This was not mere philandering. This was performance art. Now, Hera, as goddess of marriage, might have been expected to preserve domestic order with grace and patience. But patience was not her strong suit. No, Hera's love language was spite, and her preferred method of communication was targeted torment. Not against Zeus, mind you, but against his lovers and the children that resulted. Io, a priestess of Hera, was seduced by Zeus and promptly transformed into a white cow to hide her. Hera, seeing through the ruse, requested the cow as a gift. She then appointed the 100-eyed Argus to guard her new bovine prisoner. When Argus was later slain by Hermes, Hera memorialized him by placing his eyes on the tail of the peacock. A petty flourish, if ever there was one. Semele, mother of Dionysus, was tricked by Hera into asking Zeus to reveal his full divine form. He did. She perished in a blaze of celestial overkill. Hera won Semele ashes. Leto, another lover, was harassed across the world by a furious Hera who forbade her from giving birth on any land under the sun. Leto finally found refuge on the floating island of Delos, where she delivered Artemis and Apollo. It was said even the land trembled at Hera's wrath. And of course, there was Heracles. Zeus's favourite illegitimate son, born to the mortal Alcmene. Heracles became the lifelong object of Hera's ire. She sent snakes to his cradle. She drove him mad so he would kill his own family. And when he set off on his famous 12 labours, it was Hera who ensured that each task was as miserable as possible. One might almost call it constructive parenting, if not for the malice. Yet Hera's vengeance was not limited to mortals. She once attempted a coup against Zeus himself, enlisting Poseidon and Athena in a plot to bind him in unbreakable chains. It failed, of course. Zeus was eventually freed by Thetis, incidentally, mother of Achilles, and punished Hera by hanging her from the sky in golden manacles with anvils tied to her ankles. One imagines the marriage counselling sessions after that were rather tense. But what truly made Hera and Zeus the Mount Olympus power couple wasn't the grandeur of their domains, sky and marriage, but their sheer persistence. No matter how many betrayals, plots, imprisonments, or cattle transformations occurred, they remained married. Their union was less about affection than inevitability, a divine metaphor for endurance, if not exactly romance. It's worth noting that in ancient Greek culture, the gods weren't supposed to be paragons of virtue. They were reflections, larger-than-life versions of human instincts and emotions. Zeus and Hera weren't failing at marriage. They were enacting it in mythological proportions. If the gods couldn't manage fidelity or patience, what hope had mortals? Hera herself was not without admirable qualities. She was regal, majestic, and fierce. A protector of women in childbirth, a symbol of queenship. In Argos, Samos, and Olympia, her cults rivaled even Zeus's. Her iconography, often seated, sceptre in hand, diadem gleaming, exuded dignity. But her stories rarely endear. She is usually the antagonist in someone else's tragedy, a figure of cold rage and calculated cruelty. Whether she ever truly loved Zeus is unclear. What is clearer is that she hated being made a fool, and she made sure no one forgot it. Zeus, for his part, remained unrepentant. He was, after all, the sky. He thundered. He flung lightning. His infidelities weren't expressions of passion so much as dominance, symbolic of his rule over gods and mortals alike. He was not punished for these affairs. He was celebrated even. The mortals he seduced were often elevated, literally turned into stars, trees, or constellations. The children he fathered became heroes. His lovers, though, were ruined, scorned, transformed, or dead. It's here we see the double standard of divine politics. Zeus was the king. Hera was the queen. But she ruled over order, and he ruled over chaos. She enforced loyalty. He flouted it. She punished, he pardoned, and yet, despite it all, they were inseparable. In art, they are depicted side by side, often enthroned, surrounded by peacocks and thunderbolts, embodying the permanence of rule. In myth, they act as a unit, never quite at peace, but never divided. There's a particularly curious tale, preserved in some later sources, where Hera attempts to regain Zeus's attention by withdrawing from him entirely. She retreats to the ends of the earth. Zeus, finding her absence unsettling, stages an elaborate ruse. He has a statue of her made, declares he's marrying someone new, and parades the fake bride through the heavens. Hera, predictably, appears in a fury and, in some accounts, laughs at the deception. They reconcile, at least temporarily. Even in their trickery there was mutual recognition, a divine Cold War, punctuated by absurd peace offerings. The Greeks, for their part, were fascinated by the psychology of this celestial bickering. Tragedians like Euripides and comedians like Aristophanes often leaned into the absurdity of divine squabbles. The gods weren't moral guides, they were cautionary tales. Children in Athens might have heard of Hera's endless vendettas and learned a simple lesson. Don't annoy your wife, especially if she has access to serpents and weather systems. And in religious practice, Hera remained deeply revered. Her festivals, like the Heraia, celebrated feminine strength and social order. Marriages were consecrated in her name. She was feared, yes, but respected. She was a reminder that power in the divine realm wasn't just about thunderbolts. Sometimes it was about endurance and memory, and a grudge that could outlast empires. Zeus and Hera's marriage was not a love story in any modern sense. It was a mythological battlefield, where fidelity and punishment danced a slow, endless waltz. Yet perhaps their staying power, their refusal to separate, no matter the outrage, was a kind of loyalty in itself. An exhausting, toxic, theatrically dysfunctional loyalty. Their quarrels were never resolved. They simply paused between episodes. The ancient Greeks, watching from their temples and altars, would have recognized the truth in that. Because on Mount Olympus, as on earth, the most bitter arguments are not always the ones that end. They're the ones that keep going. Century after century, myth after myth, husband after husband. On the rocky slope of the Acropolis, amidst marble columns and cicada songs, lies the heart of ancient Athens, a city named not for a king or a warlord, but for a goddess. Not just any goddess, of course, but Athena herself. Warrior, strategist, weaver of fate and cloth. The story of how she came to lend her name to the city is, predictably, one of divine competition, public drama, and yes, petty divine squabbling. It begins, as many good disputes do, with Poseidon. Poseidon, god of the sea, horses and earthquakes, was not known for his subtlety. He was a god of impact, trident in hand, beard bristling with salt and ego, and like most Olympians, he had a taste for dominion. Cities, temples, worshippers, all fair game. And when he looked upon the still unnamed city rising near the Saronic Gulf, he saw opportunity. So, naturally, did Athena. Athena, born from the head of Zeus fully armed, was everything Poseidon was not: measured, strategic, composed. Where he stormed, she planned. Where he roared, she reasoned. But make no mistake, she was no less ambitious. She too wanted a city. And so it was proposed, or more likely demanded, that there be a contest. The city would go to whichever deity could offer the better gift to its people. Now, we might pause to ask, better by what standard? Usefulness? Aesthetic appeal? How well it aged over time? The myths, as usual, are a bit fuzzy on details. But the contest, according to tradition, took place on the Acropolis itself, with the 12 gods present to observe, and King Cecrops, a rather snake-legged fellow, if we believe the stories, serving as judge. Poseidon went first. In true Poseidon fashion, he struck the ground with his trident, and a spring erupted. Depending on the version, it was either seawater or salt water. Not the most refreshing of beverages, mind you, but impressive nonetheless. Some versions say it gushed violently. Others say it formed a small lake, later called the Erectheis. He looked about expectantly. A crowd-pleasing move, certainly. Flashy, loud, moist. Then came Athena's turn. She stepped forward, no theatrics, and planted an olive branch. Silence. A tree? Just a tree? But as it grew, slowly, steadily, the people began to murmur. The olive tree would provide food, oil and wood. It was not just a gift, it was a way of life. In a dry land with shallow soil, olives could thrive. They could be traded, they could feed a city. And so the decision was made. Athena had won. The city would be named Athens. Her temple, the Parthenon, would rise above it. The olive tree would become its symbol. And Poseidon? Well, Poseidon did not take the loss well. He was a sore loser, our sea god. Petulant, some would say. Upon losing, he flooded part of the Attic plain in a fit of divine pique. A wet tantrum, if you will. Others say he merely withdrew, grumbling, back to the depths. But the result was the same. The rivalry lingered. Yet despite the contest's outcome, Poseidon was not entirely banished from Athens. Far from it. A sanctuary to both gods stood atop the Acropolis. The Erectaion, an ancient temple beside the Parthenon, housed sacred relics of the contest. The saltwater spring, known as the Sea of Erectheus, and Athena's olive tree, said to be the very one she planted. It was a diplomatic compromise. Ancient city-states were deeply religious, and hedging one's divine bets was a prudent move. After all, you never knew when the god you slighted might send a drought, an earthquake, or a vengeful kraken. But the tension between Poseidon and Athena did not end with naming rights. Their rivalry extended to patronage, values, and even aesthetics. Poseidon represented force, passion, raw nature. Athena, meanwhile, embodied intellect, order, and restraint. One was the untamed ocean, the other the measured battlefield. And in many ways, Athens chose the latter, becoming a centre of learning, art, and structured warfare. This symbolic divide was no accident. The Greeks were deeply invested in what their gods represented, and which deities a city honoured told you a great deal about its identity. Sparta, for instance, leaned more toward Ares. Corinth had Aphrodite. Delphi had Apollo. Athens had Athena. And by choosing her, they chose an image of rational strength, of strategy over brawn, of olive branches over tidal waves. But one must not forget, the Greeks loved a grudge. Poseidon, denied Athens, found other cities to favour. Corinth, notably, built temples in his name. He remained a powerful god in coastal areas, worshipped by sailors and merchants alike, and his feuds with Athena spilled over into myths, each more ridiculous than the last. In one tale, Poseidon accuses Athena of helping the hero Perseus, who famously decapitated Medusa. A Gorgon Poseidon himself had once, shall we say, become involved with, under unfortunate circumstances, in a temple of Athena. Athena, ever the perfectionist, was not amused. She punished Medusa with serpents and a petrifying gaze. Whether Poseidon objected is unclear. He tended to move on quickly. Then there was the Trojan War, where Poseidon and Athena found themselves on the same side. At least initially. Both supported the Greeks, both detested the Trojans. But during the long siege, their cooperation frayed. Poseidon, irritated by perceived slights, began to waver in his support. Athena, as always, remained strategically vengeful. Even after the war, their divine paths diverged. Athena aided Odysseus, guiding him home. Poseidon did the opposite, delaying, punishing, sending storms, and making the poor man's journey a decade-long exercise in patience. That Odysseus survived at all is a testament either to Athena's cleverness or to Poseidon eventually getting bored. Back in Athens, the olive tree endured. It was said that even when the Persians sacked the city in 480 BCE and burned the Acropolis, the tree miraculously sprouted again the next day. A sign, the Athenians believed, of their goddess's continued favour. To the Greeks, the tale of the contest was not just myth. It was a foundational story explaining not only the city's name, but its values. The olive tree symbolised peace and prosperity. Athena's victory reinforced the city's image as a place of wisdom, craft, and measured might. Poseidon's loss, meanwhile, served as a kind of cautionary tale, a reminder that flashiness and force do not always win the day, that sometimes the quiet gift, the tree instead of the spring, can shape history. Of course, one might argue that the real pettiness lay in the fact that the gods needed a contest at all. Why not share the city? Why not co-patron it peacefully? But this is Olympus we're talking about, where compromise is considered suspicious and grudges are passed down like heirlooms. The rivalry between Athena and Poseidon may have started with a city, but it came to embody two opposing philosophies. In art and literature, their contrast was drawn again and again. The spear versus the wave, the shield versus the trident. And yet, they were bound together, forever etched into the mythology of Greece, forever circling each other like opposing stars in a constellation of divine egos. Their feud, in its own way, became a kind of collaboration. For what is a good story without a worthy rival? Without someone to shake the foundations? Or, in Poseidon's case, flood them? So the next time you see the ruins of the Parthenon, or walk among olive groves under the Mediterranean sun, remember, this place bears not just Athena's name, but Poseidon's resentment. A silent spring, still said to glisten in the rock. is all that remains of his offering, and above it the olive tree quietly thriving, as if to say, "Thank you for playing." It began, as many divine quarrels do, with pride, Apollo's to be precise. The golden god of music, prophecy, and a rather inconvenient lack of humour, was basking in the radiance of his own brilliance. His sacred cattle were grazing contentedly in the sun-drenched fields of Pieria. The lyre was tuned, the sky was clear. The chariot of the sun would soon trace its arc across the heavens. In other words, all was well in Apollo's shining world, until it wasn't. You see, someone had stolen his cattle. Not a few. Not a calf here or there. The entire herd had vanished overnight. Now, Apollo, being a god, was not used to losing things. Least of all things that mooed melodiously and glowed faintly with divine energy. He was, to put it gently, incensed. Naturally, he assumed the culprit must be mortal. Mortals were always poking their grubby fingers into divine affairs. Or perhaps a satyr, or a lesser god with nothing better to do. What he did not expect, what no one in their right mind would have expected, was that the thief in question was a newborn. Not a youthful god, not a child, an actual freshly born infant. His name was Hermes. Born just the previous morning to Maia, a reclusive mountain nymph and one of the Pleiades, Hermes was the latest in Zeus's long line of somewhat spontaneous offspring. Maia, ever private, had hidden away in a cave to give birth. Perhaps she hoped her son would grow up quietly, without the chaos of Olympus. But fate and Hermes had other plans. The moment he was born, Hermes began scheming. While Maia slept, exhausted from labour, her son slipped from his cradle and toddled outside. He hadn't yet reached his second hour of life, when he saw Apollo's cattle grazing in a distant field. Most babies look for milk. Hermes looked for targets. He didn't just steal the cattle, he engineered the theft. To mask the tracks, Hermes reversed the hooves of the cows, forcing them to walk backwards. This meant that anyone following the trail would believe the cows had walked in the opposite direction. As for his own footprints, he wore sandals woven from bark and grass, the better to obscure his steps. For a being scarcely able to blink, his ingenuity was unnerving. He herded the stolen cattle into a cave near the river Alpheus, a good distance from their original pasture. There, he sacrificed 2 of them to the 12 Olympians. Well, 11 Olympians, actually, as Hermes cheekily left himself out of the offering, claiming it would be improper. Then, ever the criminal mastermind, he returned to Maia's cave in Arcadia, tucked himself neatly back into his cradle, and waited. Back in Pieria, Apollo was attempting to remain calm. He examined the field. He followed the trail. He frowned. Something didn't make sense. The hoof prints led the wrong way. There were no human footprints, no signs of wild animals, and his divine intuition told him that this wasn't some simple act of nature. Eventually, after much wandering and some divine prodding, Apollo arrived at Maia's cave, and there, swaddled sweetly and blinking up with disarming innocence, lay the thief himself. Apollo confronted the infant. Hermes denied everything. Using the ancient art of baby talk and wide-eyed blinking, he protested his innocence. He claimed he could not possibly have walked, much less managed a complex cattle-rustling operation. "Look at me," he cooed. "Do I look like someone who can steal livestock?" Apollo was not amused. Dragging Hermes from his cradle, gently, one assumes, Apollo stormed up to Olympus and demanded justice from their father, Zeus. The king of the gods listened intently as Apollo laid out his case. A theft had been committed. A herd had been rustled. And the guilty party, shockingly, was an infant with a suspiciously smug expression. Zeus, hearing this tale, did what many fathers do when one child accuses another of improbable mischief. He laughed. The thought of his newborn son outwitting Apollo, stealing divine cattle, and returning to bed undetected was simply too amusing. But Apollo, who didn't often find himself the punchline, was insistent. He wanted his cattle back. He wanted the truth. And preferably, he wanted it without further mockery. Hermes, recognizing that the jig was up, decided to change tactics. Instead of denial, he offered a gift. During his brief period as a fugitive, Hermes had invented something entirely new. A musical instrument made from the shell of a tortoise, with strings stretched across its hollow back. It was the lyre, and it made a sound unlike anything the gods had ever heard. Hermes plucked the strings. The melody filled the hall. It was gentle and strange, a sound that seemed to shimmer with the very essence of twilight. Apollo, god of music, felt his anger soften. His heart, if not his pride, was moved. Hermes offered him the lyre. In return, he asked only for peace, and perhaps a formal role among the gods. Apollo, grudgingly impressed, accepted. The cattle were returned, minus the 2 that had been sacrificed, of course. The lyre was now his, and Hermes had pulled off one of the greatest career launches in divine history. Zeus, thoroughly entertained, formally recognized Hermes as an Olympian. He would become the messenger of the gods, the patron of travellers, merchants, thieves, and those who operated in the grey areas of life. Apollo, for his part, would now wield the lyre as his signature instrument, a symbol of his dominion over music, courtesy of the baby who had once robbed him blind. Their relationship never fully recovered. Apollo, despite the music, never forgot being made a fool of, and Hermes, never one to let a joke die, continued to test the limits of what he could get away with. In one later tale, Hermes stole Apollo's bow. In another, he taught a group of shepherds how to cheat in dice games. He lied with charm. He spoke in riddles. He moved between worlds with a wink and a nod. But for all his mischief, he served a purpose. He was the god of thresholds, of beginnings, boundaries, and in-between places. Roads, doors, deals, and dreams. Apollo, in contrast, was the god of clarity, of light, of laws and reason. The sun in his golden chariot, the healer, the prophet, the musician. Their feud was never violent, but it was enduring. Apollo represented what was fixed, Hermes what was flexible. Apollo was poetry. Hermes was prose. One wrote odes, the other wrote contracts, with clauses in very small print. Yet, in a strange way, they complemented one another. Apollo taught Hermes the art of augury, interpreting omens from birds. Hermes, in turn, shared with Apollo the flute, the shepherd's pipe, and other musical tricks. There was beneath the irritation a kind of grudging mentorship. Still, one imagines that Apollo never quite shook the sting. To be bested by a peer is one thing. To be outwitted by someone in swaddling cloths is quite another, especially when they do it with such flair. But that, perhaps, is what made Hermes so enduring. To the Greeks, Hermes was not just a god. He was a type, the fast talker, the trickster, the charming rogue who bends the rules but somehow makes it work. He was the one you prayed to before a journey, and before a gamble. And Apollo? He was the brilliance you aspired to, the order you relied on. But it was Hermes who made you laugh. Their myth speaks to something timeless. The clever underdog against the powerful authority. The younger sibling with something to prove. The idea that intellect, creativity, and a bit of nerve can overcome even the most radiant power. It also serves as a reminder that even gods, for all their grandeur, are prone to embarrassment, that divine dignity can be punctured, and that sometimes peace is best negotiated over a good tune. In art and poetry, the lyre became synonymous with Apollo, but it was Hermes who made it, who invented music, who found, in the shell of a tortoise, the song of the cosmos. And so, when you hear the twang of strings or see the image of a winged sandal, think of that day when the sun god was humbled and the god of crossroads found his way to Olympus, not through conquest, but through comedy, cunning, and composition. Because in the end, Hermes didn't win with strength. He won with style. If you were to picture the most awkward family gathering on Mount Olympus, and there were many, you'd do well to imagine Artemis seated stiffly at one end of the divine banquet table, arms crossed, gaze pointedly away, while Aphrodite lounged at the other end, flicking grapes into her mouth and pretending not to notice. It wasn't just a clash of personalities. No, that would have been manageable. This was a deep, philosophical incompatibility masquerading as divine rivalry. A contest not of thunderbolts or transformations, well, not usually, but of values, lifestyles, and the distinct belief that the other was utterly insufferable. On one side, Artemis, goddess of the hunt, guardian of the wild, and protector of maidens. Stern, self-possessed, with a bow always within reach, and absolutely no time for romantic entanglements of any sort. Her vow of chastity was not so much a lifestyle choice as a personal crusade. If she'd had a no soliciting sign, it would have been made of bronze and enchanted to shoot arrows. On the other, Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and the gentle chaos of desire. Lush, languid, and delighted by mischief of the heart, she was as comfortable orchestrating a love affair as Artemis was decapitating a stag. Wherever she went, sighs followed, and wherever Artemis went, silence did. And therein lies the problem. Their feud wasn't built on a single moment of betrayal or a slight at a banquet, though those certainly helped. It was a slow-burning tension, an unspoken but mutually understood truth. They simply could not stand each other's company. Let's begin with the basics. Artemis valued discipline, purity, and autonomy. Her band of nymphs swore loyalty and abstinence, roaming forests far from prying eyes. She despised the messiness of attraction. It was beneath her, uncivilized, irrational, and most importantly, distracting. Aphrodite, meanwhile, viewed such resistance as not just puzzling, but offensive. Love, in her view, was the highest form of life's pleasure. To deny it was to deny nature itself. Artemis's cold rejection of such things, a slap in the face of everything Aphrodite stood for. Their divine duties often brought them into conflict. Aphrodite would inspire desire. Artemis would punish those who acted on it. Take, for instance, the case of Hippolytus, a noble young man devoted to Artemis. He shunned love entirely and gave all honour to the virgin goddess. Aphrodite naturally took this as a personal insult. Not just indifference, but disdain. And no one disdains Aphrodite without consequences. So she orchestrated a tragic chain of events. She caused Hippolytus' stepmother, Phaedra, to fall desperately in love with him. He rejected her, horrified. She lied, claimed he had tried to seduce her. His father, Theseus, cursed him. Poseidon obliged. The boy's chariot crashed and he died. Now one might think Artemis would take action, and she did, but only after the boy lay broken and lifeless. She swore revenge, and later arranged for his rebirth and veneration, but by then the damage was done. Aphrodite, for her part, felt perfectly justified. You honour the gods, or you suffer the consequences, especially if the goddess in question is the very embodiment of love, and you are loudly abstinent. Another example? Callisto, a loyal follower of Artemis, sworn to chastity like the rest. Unfortunately, she caught the eye of Zeus, who, in true Olympian fashion, disguised himself, this time as Artemis herself, and seduced her. Callisto became pregnant, something she couldn't hide forever. When Artemis discovered this betrayal, she cast her out, furious. To Artemis, the vow had been broken. To Aphrodite, this was proof of the futility of resistance. Desire, after all, was inevitable. Try to run from it, and it would wear your face and meet you in the woods. Even myth itself often reflected their antipathy. In epic after epic, love and the wild are at odds. Beauty blooms in the court, not the forest. And women, especially mortal ones, are punished more often than praised for trying to live outside Aphrodite's realm. Artemis's world is harsh but clear. Rules are known, boundaries respected. There are no ambiguous invitations, no confusing glances. Her followers run with wolves and live by the moon's cold light. Aphrodite's world is a tangle of tension and velvet. Lines blur. Emotions rise and fall like tides. And her devotees, they rarely come out unscathed. Both realms are powerful, and neither tolerates interference from the other. There's also the matter of masculinity, and how each goddess responded to it. Aphrodite, of course, embraced the entanglements of men. Gods and mortals alike fell at her feet. She had Ares, the god of war, wrapped around her finger despite his iron temperament. She inspired desire with a look, toppled kingdoms with a sigh, and made even the most rational of kings lose their composure. Artemis, conversely, had no patience for male attention. None. Ask Actaeon, a hapless hunter who stumbled upon her while she bathed. It was an honest mistake, or so he might have claimed, had he not been immediately transformed into a stag and ripped apart by his own hounds. The lesson was clear: keep your distance. And yet, the myths often seem to conspire to place these two goddesses in each other's orbit, perhaps because they represented such opposing forces: virginity and lust, self-control and indulgence. The arrow and the rose. There's a curious tale of the judgment of Paris, that infamous divine beauty pageant. Here, Aphrodite competed directly against Athena and Hera, not Artemis, but it's hard not to imagine Artemis watching from the sidelines, arms crossed, unimpressed. The idea that a mortal man should judge a goddess on appearance, that Aphrodite would bribe him with the most beautiful woman in the world. Artemis likely saw the whole affair as a farce, and, one suspects, she was not entirely wrong. What's notable is how their feud was largely ideological. They didn't attack each other directly. Artemis didn't challenge Aphrodite to a duel. Aphrodite didn't cast love spells on Artemis's followers to spite her. Well, not often. But their values were so opposed that every action felt like an affront. They were two queens of two incompatible realms, and the mortals caught between them, especially women, often bore the consequences. You see, Ancient Greek society had a complicated view of women. They could be devoted wives or dangerous seductresses, faithful daughters or wild forest maidens. Aphrodite and Artemis embodied those extremes. A woman might pray to Artemis during childbirth. Though a virgin, she was also protector of women in labour. But that same woman might also beg Aphrodite to restore her husband's affection or make her desirable again. To please one goddess often meant offending the other. In this way, the feud between Artemis and Aphrodite became symbolic. Not just a divine Cold War, but a reflection of every woman's struggle between independence and intimacy, restraint and romance, the clarity of solitude and the chaos of connection. Artemis offered escape from marriage, from expectation, from entanglement. She and her followers ran freely, wielding weapons, answering to no man. But such freedom came with isolation, and in some cases tragedy. Aphrodite offered power through allure, through softness, through the ability to bend hearts and shift fates. But her gifts came at a cost. Jealousy, obsession, loss. In their own ways, both goddesses demanded devotion, and both punished disloyalty, though in very different styles. Artemis would hunt you down. Aphrodite would make you fall in love with someone entirely unsuitable and watch you unravel. Yet despite, or perhaps because of, their opposition, both remained revered. Their temples stood firm. Their myths endured. And not once, in all the chaos of Olympus, did either admit the other had a point. That's the pettiness of it, really. Not the grand punishments or tragic consequences, but the simple refusal to yield an inch. Aphrodite knew Artemis would never soften. Artemis knew Aphrodite would never stop meddling. They were fixed stars in the same sky, circling each other warily, always shining, never touching. And so the forest and the boudoir remained separate realms. One ruled by the silent hunter in silver, the other by the smiling goddess of roses. And heaven help the mortal who tried to please them both. If ever there was a queen who could turn a raised eyebrow into an instrument of destruction, it was Hera. Wife of Zeus, queen of Olympus, patroness of marriage, and guardian of oaths. Hera had the sort of regal bearing that made you apologize simply for standing near her. With a crown perched high upon her brow, and a scowl finely honed from centuries of divine disappointment, she ruled not only Olympus, but also the bitter art of holding a grudge, especially when it came to her husband's infidelities, which were quite frankly frequent enough to qualify as a weather pattern. Which brings us to Leto. Leto was no seductress, no schemer. She was, if myth is to be believed, one of the more mild-mannered figures in the chaotic soap opera of Olympus. A Titaness by birth, daughter of Coeus and Phoebe, Leto possessed a calm dignity, a quiet presence in a family of loud ambitions. Unfortunately, she also caught the wandering eye of Zeus, and Hera, predictably, was not pleased. Zeus, ever the amorous storm cloud, was charmed by Leto's serenity. She didn't swoon, she didn't scream. She simply accepted, as one might accept the sudden arrival of a thunderstorm. The result, inevitably, was a pregnancy. But this particular pregnancy would not go unnoticed, nor would it go unpunished. Hera's wrath was swift, but not in the thunder and lightning sense. No, this was a slow, strategic revenge, the sort only Hera could devise. She issued a decree: no land under the sun was allowed to offer Leto sanctuary to give birth. It sounds almost poetic, doesn't it? Until you imagine the logistics. Pregnant with twins, swollen and exhausted, Leto was now forced to wander the known world in search of a place to rest. Every island, city, plain and peak turned her away. Not out of cruelty necessarily. Consider the tale of Niobe. Niobe, queen of Thebes, had many children, some say 12, others 14. Flush with pride, she mocked Leto for having only two children. What was that compared to her own brood? She taunted, boasted, and paraded her children through the streets. Apollo and Artemis heard the insult. They descended, swift and merciless. With divine arrows, they slaughtered Niobe's children, boys and girls alike. In most versions, all were slain. In others, a few were spared, but the result was clear. Leto's children did not suffer insults. Niobe fled, weeping, and was eventually turned to stone. To this day, a cliff in Mount Sipylus is said to weep with her tears. It wasn't the only act of vengeance. When mortals doubted Apollo's parentage, he reminded them with prophecies so precise they cut like blades. When Artemis heard whispers of Leto's disgrace, she silenced them with arrows. The gods were many things, but they were above all loyal to their narratives. Leto, meanwhile, never sought revenge. She remained serene, withdrawn, a quiet figure amidst Olympus's drama. Her dignity became her weapon. She never raised her voice. She never plotted. And that, more than anything, infuriated Hera. Because Hera's feud with Leto wasn't about passion. It was about principle. Leto had broken no vows. She hadn't seduced Zeus. She had simply existed, gracefully, calmly, and carried divine children. And that quiet success, that gentle defiance, was the deepest insult of all. Other lovers of Zeus had been transformed into cows, trees, or stars. Io had wandered as a heifer. Callisto became a bear. Semele was incinerated. But Leto? She gave birth, survived, and was honoured. She didn't fall. She rose. Delos became one of the most sacred sites in the Greek world. Pilgrims sailed across seas to honour Apollo and Artemis. Poets wrote hymns. Kings sent offerings. Leto's name, once whispered, now echoed in marble halls. And Hera, seated atop Olympus, watched. Perhaps she plotted. Perhaps she muttered, but she never succeeded in bringing Leto low. Because Leto had already won, not by fighting, but by enduring. The feud between Hera and Leto stands apart in Greek mythology. It's not a story of dramatic confrontations or screaming matches. It's not loud. It's not violent. It is a tale of exclusion, resistance, and grace under pressure. Leto's trials, wandering the world while pregnant, barred from shelter, abandoned by her divine peers, mirror the struggles of countless women through history, cast out for reasons beyond their control, punished not for actions, but for mere existence. Yet Leto persisted. She found a loophole. She gave birth, and her children loved her fiercely. In many ways, Leto became the goddess of quiet triumph. Her name doesn't inspire fear, but it does command respect. As for Hera, well, she remained Hera, regal, rigid, perpetually aggrieved. And the feud, though it faded from myth, lingered in the background. Every time someone honoured Delos, Hera must have felt the sting. Every time Apollo's oracle spoke, or Artemis hunted by moonlight, Hera's defeat whispered through the wind. But Hera had her own victories. She remained Queen of Olympus. She guarded marriage. She kept the divine order. And while she could never quite erase Leto, she made sure the memory remained tinged with difficulty. Such is the nature of petty feuds. They're not always loud. Sometimes they live in the corners of silence, in the withheld invitation, in the subtle sneer, in the decree no one questions. And in the end, Hera versus Leto is not the story of a mother-in-law and a rival. It's the story of two women navigating a world ruled by Zeus and finding very different ways to survive it. One through power, the other through perseverance. And so, on that little island in the Aegean, where two of the greatest gods were born, the memory of Hera's spite still lingers. Not in the waves, but in the way the stones seem just a little defiant. As if even the earth itself remembers what it meant to shelter Leto. And stand up, however quietly, to a queen. In the turbulent pantheon of Greek mythology, divine disputes are as common as olive trees in Attica. But few rivalries carry the heavy, quiet weight of Demeter versus Poseidon. It's not a feud fueled by theatrics, nor one immortalized in epic poems. No monstrous transformations, no epic showdowns, no dramatic verdicts from Mount Olympus. Just one goddess, wounded and silenced, and one god striding through myths with the self-assurance of someone who rarely faces consequence. This is not merely a feud, this is a reckoning. Demeter, the goddess of grain, harvest, and fertility, held a power unlike any other deity. She didn't hurl thunderbolts. She didn't stir tempests, but without her, nothing grew. Her influence stretched across the mortal realm in a way few gods could claim. She made civilization possible. Cities were built, laws formed, temples raised, all because the earth could feed the people. And it fed them because Demeter willed it. Poseidon, on the other hand, ruled the seas. He was tempestuous, wild, and profoundly proud. Earthquakes, floods, horses, and even certain rivers fell under his jurisdiction. He was not subtle. His moods shaped coastlines. And when he desired something, or someone, he pursued it with the insistence of an incoming tide. Which brings us to the crux of this myth. In one of the darker corners of the mythological canon, Poseidon became obsessed with Demeter. Why? The sources never say precisely. Maybe it was her beauty, often described as serene and maternal. Maybe it was her aloofness. Demeter didn't cavort with the other gods much. She stayed in her groves, her fields, her sanctuaries. Or maybe Poseidon, ever drawn to the untamed, saw something he could not possess and decided to make it his. Demeter rejected him, clearly, unequivocally. But rejection to Poseidon was never the end of the story. When his advances turned aggressive, Demeter ran. She transformed herself into a mare and hid among a herd of wild horses in Arcadia. This wasn't a playful transformation. It was an act of desperation. A goddess of immeasurable power reduced to flight and disguise. Her very divinity couldn't protect her from what was coming. Poseidon found her. He changed into a stallion, tracked her down, and mounted her. Even in the form of a horse, his violation could not be softened. There are no polite euphemisms here. It was rape, plain and brutal. And Greek mythology, so often focused on heroes and monsters, barely flinches as it moves past the event. But the consequences linger. From this act came two children. Arion, a miraculous horse who could speak and run without tiring, and Despoina, a mysterious goddess who was worshipped in secretive rites in Arcadia. While Arion became part of heroic tales, Despoina's worship was shrouded in mystery, often associated with shadows and silence. She represented something hidden, something not spoken aloud. And what of Demeter? She was shattered, but not broken. Rather than confront Poseidon in open defiance, she did something more devastating. She withdrew. She left Olympus, left her duties, left the fields. And when Demeter is gone, nothing grows. The fertile earth turns hard. Grain withers in the soil. Animals die. Hunger spreads. The world begins to starve. This wasn't her first disappearance. She would later vanish again during her daughter Persephone's abduction. But this departure was different. It was personal. Demeter did not scream. She did not wage war. She simply allowed the world to feel the full weight of what it meant to lose her. Eventually the gods noticed. Mortals cried out. Sacrifices ceased. Worship faltered. And without mortal belief and offerings, the gods themselves began to weaken. It was not lightning or war that threatened Olympus. It was famine. And famine, in this world, was Demeter's to command. The myths are vague on how long this period lasted. Weeks, months, perhaps longer. But eventually something had to give. And so Demeter was coaxed back. Not by Poseidon, not by apology, but by necessity. She returned to the world. Crops grew, fields turned green again. The cycle resumed. But her grudge remained. Unlike other goddesses who faded after trauma, Demeter did not become a tragic footnote. She emerged stronger. She would become the heart of the Eleusinian mysteries, a deeply sacred cult that offered promises of rebirth and eternal life. These rites, cloaked in secrecy, centered on the story of Demeter and her daughter Persephone, but they also drew from her deeper narrative, that of suffering, withdrawal, and return. And Poseidon? He did not suffer. He continued as ever, ruling the sea, striking the ground with his trident, fathering strange children. He never faced retribution. There was no trial, no punishment, no divine intervention. This, too, is part of the myth's uncomfortable truth. But there was a consequence, nonetheless. Exile from her world. Poseidon was never again welcomed into Demeter's domain. His name does not appear in her temples. Their symbols never intertwine. Unlike the sprawling, interconnected pantheon, where gods frequently intermarry, reconcile, and conspire, Poseidon and Demeter remain distant. The silence between them is absolute, and for a god to be ignored is sometimes more painful than to be cursed. This feud, if it can be called that, is one-sided. Poseidon seems unbothered, but the myth gives us clues that he knows. He stays away. His storms avoid her groves. His waves do not lap the fields she blesses. It is as though he respects, or perhaps fears, the boundary she drew in the soil. Demeter's strength lay not in revenge, but in presence, in returning, in thriving. She did not let Poseidon define her. She allowed herself grief, yes, and retreat. But she returned not as a victim, but as a matriarch, as a lawgiver, as a protector. Her Eleusinian rites became among the most celebrated in ancient Greece. Pilgrims travelled from far lands to seek her blessing. Kings and peasants alike revered her. In her mystery cult, participants learned that even the deepest sorrow could lead to rebirth. That descent was not the end. That silence was not surrender. In these rites, nothing of Poseidon was mentioned. He was erased, and perhaps that is where Demeter's victory lies. Not in vengeance, not in confrontation, but in outlasting him. There is a common thread in mythology where gods violate and goddesses endure. But Demeter's story feels different. It lingers. It unsettles. It reminds us that power does not always shout. Sometimes it simply refuses to look you in the eye again. In modern terms, we would say Demeter set a boundary and kept it. She did not forgive. She did not forget. And she did not allow the violation to consume her identity. She remained herself, wholly and fiercely, that Poseidon could not touch. In literature, we often crave closure, punishment, justice, balance. But in myth, closure is rare. The Greeks were honest about that. Their stories often leave wounds open, and in this case, the wound didn't close. It became part of the terrain. Arcadia, where the assault occurred, remained a sacred place. Wild, powerful. It was home to cults of Demeter and Despoina, where their rituals were performed in secrecy, and where even men had to avert their eyes from certain rites. The horses that galloped across its fields were seen not just as animals, but as symbols of the divine, and of the power that rides with women who reclaim their dignity. Even in the animal kingdom, horses were sacred to both Poseidon and Demeter. But where Poseidon represented their wild strength and chaos, Demeter was linked to their service in agriculture, the yoke, the plough. In their shared symbol, the split is complete. One god rules by storm, the other by cycle. The myth also marks one of the earliest recognitions in storytelling that trauma can be survived, but not erased. That pain shapes, but does not define. And that dignity, once reclaimed, can become holy. And so Demeter continued. She watched over crops. She guided mortals in the ways of planting, harvesting, and thanking the earth. She ensured that humanity could survive the harshness of winter and the bounty of spring. Her lessons were not only of survival, but of justice. When mortals wronged her, she punished. When they honoured her, she rewarded. But she never forgot the lines that had been crossed. Poseidon may have wielded a trident and churned the seas, but Demeter, with her sickle and silence, cultivated a more lasting power. A power that nourishes. A power that remembers. A power that says, quietly but firmly, never again. And so, when we think of the petty quarrels and grand feuds of Olympus, remember this one, not for its spectacle, but for its endurance. Not every grudge needs a thunderbolt. Sometimes it just needs a field that refuses to grow. In the labyrinthine halls of Greek mythology, where gods are as petty as they are powerful, and mortals are regularly squashed like insects for daring to excel, there is one tale that unravels slowly, beautifully, and with biting irony. It begins not with war, or lust, or prophecy, but with the hum of a loom. Athena versus Arachne is a feud so petty it feels almost modern. Not the type to inspire Iliads or epic sea voyages. No ships are launched over a loom. And yet, it is one of the most enduring tales in mythology, precisely because it is so achingly human. Pride, talent, truth, and consequences. Let's start with Athena, the goddess of wisdom, strategy, and crafts. A divine paradox. A war goddess who favoured diplomacy. A virgin deity who oversaw marriage, and a proud goddess of reason who, occasionally, lost her temper in the most unreasonable ways. Among her many domains, weaving was one of Athena's proudest claims. In ancient Greece, weaving was far more than domestic drudgery. It was an art form, an economic engine, and a deeply gendered ritual. Women wove the textiles that clothed families, outfitted warriors, and adorned temples. Skill with a loom was synonymous with virtue, patience, and intelligence. Naturally, Athena was considered the divine patron of this essential craft. She was said to have woven her own armour and designed the first loom. In fact, her gift of the olive tree to Athens was often accompanied in art and poetry by the gift of weaving. Enter Arachne, a mortal girl from the region of Lydia, known not for her lineage or her beauty, but for her utterly astonishing weaving. Her father was a humble dyer of purple wool. Important work, but not noble. Arachne was no princess, no muse-touched maiden, just a common girl with uncommon hands. People travelled miles to see her tapestries. Her threads shimmered like sunlight through leaves. Her designs were so intricate, birds seemed to flutter and gods to breathe on the fabric. It was said that even the nymphs came to marvel at her work. And soon the whispers began. "She weaves like Athena herself," they said. "She weaves better," murmured others, perhaps with a glance over their shoulders. Arachne heard these whispers, and she did not correct them. When questioned about her talent, she shrugged off the idea that the gods had anything to do with it. "It's my skill," she said, matter-of-factly. "I learned it. I practiced. No goddess guided my hand." Now, hubris in Greek mythology is less about ego and more about overstepping. Mortals can be proud. They can even be great. But to claim equality with the gods? That's like juggling thunderbolts while standing on Zeus's dining table. So, naturally, Athena heard about Arachne, and naturally, she decided to pay her a visit. In some tellings, Athena arrives disguised as an old woman, her cloak wrapped around her like a winter fog. She warns Arachne gently, "Be careful. Show humility. Thank the gods for your gift." Arachne snorts. "Why should I? I earned this skill. Let Athena come if she dares. Let her try me." In that moment, the old woman disappears. In her place stands Athena, radiant, armoured, eyes like storm clouds on the verge of a downpour. "So be it," she says. Thus begins the great weaving contest. 2 looms, 2 sets of hands, one divine, one mortal. An audience of nymphs, mortals, and the invisible watchful presence of fate. Athena sets to work. Her tapestry is a celebration of the god's glory. At the centre, her contest with Poseidon for the city of Athens. She shows herself victorious, offering the olive tree. Around the borders she weaves cautionary tales. Mortals who challenged the divine and paid dearly. Niobe, who lost her children. Capaneus, who defied Zeus and was blasted from his siege ladder. Pentheus, torn apart for mocking Dionysus. Athena's message is as refined as it is unmistakable. Know your place. Arachne, undaunted, weaves something very different. Her tapestry tells the stories that people whispered in shadows, the dark underbelly of Olympus. She shows Zeus transforming into animals and rain to seduce or overpower mortal women. Leda and the swan, Europa and the bull, Danae and the golden rain. She depicts Poseidon pursuing Medusa inside Athena's own temple, Apollo chasing Daphne, Dionysus, wild and staggering, corrupting innocence, the gods as lechers, deceivers, bullies, and the artistry, perfection. Not a thread out of place. Each panel breathes. The fabric itself seems to judge its audience. When they finish, Athena stands in silence. She inspects the tapestry. She cannot find fault, not in the craftsmanship, and not painfully in the truth. And that is what breaks her. She does not praise, she does not concede, she destroys. With divine fury, Athena tears Arachne's tapestry to shreds. She rips the loom apart, and she turns on the girl who dared to speak truth to Olympus. In some versions, she strikes Arachne. In others, she simply curses her. The result is the same. Arachne, humiliated, rejected, and crushed by the injustice of it all, hangs herself. And here, the story could end. Another mortal destroyed for daring too much. But Athena, perhaps moved by regret, perhaps seeking poetic balance, revives Arachne, not as a girl, but as a spider. "You shall live," Athena says, "but you shall weave forever, and never again will you challenge the gods." Arachne's body shrinks, her limbs lengthen, her fingers become legs. She hangs from a thread, and thus the first spider spins her web. This myth, more than many, demands unpacking. On the surface it reads as a cautionary tale. Mortal pride meets divine wrath. The end. But look closer. Arachne's pride was not unfounded. She truly was the best. Her tapestry didn't insult the gods. It revealed them. She held a mirror up to Olympus and said, "Look." Her punishment was not for lying. It was for telling the truth. And that makes this feud uniquely uncomfortable. Athena, goddess of wisdom, behaves not with reason but with rage. She cannot tolerate criticism. She cannot reward honesty. She chooses destruction over grace. Why? Because Arachne committed the unforgivable sin of being right. This story resonates today because it captures the timeless struggle between talent and power. Arachne was an artist, a young woman from nowhere who dared to be better than the system. She created beauty, yes, but she also spoke truth. And power hates truth when it undermines control. In silencing Arachne, Athena also silenced every artist who might dare speak too clearly. Yet in transforming her, Athena ensured that Arachne's legacy would endure. Spiders became sacred to weavers. In medieval Europe, they were sometimes associated with diligence and patience. And today, Arachne lives on not only in literature, but in biology, arachnids, named for the girl who wove too well. Even her punishment was laced with irony. Athena meant to reduce her, to make her small. But spiders are, in their way, powerful. Their webs are marvels of engineering, stronger than steel by weight. Invisible traps, spun from nothing. Every thread a monument. In transforming Arachne, Athena ensured that her art would survive where temples crumble and statues fade. There's another layer to this myth too, the role of women and voice. Weaving in the ancient world was one of the few socially acceptable means of storytelling for women. They couldn't speak in the agora. They rarely held power. But through cloth, they recorded weddings, funerals, myths, and memories. A tapestry could speak when a woman could not. And Arachne used that voice unflinchingly. She wove not romance, but violation. Not glory, but cruelty. She refused to whitewash. In doing so, she crossed not just a divine boundary, but a societal one. And for that, she was punished, not by mortals, but by the goddess of logic herself. Some scholars see Athena's act as a betrayal of her own principles. Others interpret it as a test Arachne failed, not in talent, but in diplomacy. She didn't couch her critique. She didn't offer flattery. She was blunt, and bluntness, especially from women in myths, or anywhere, rarely ends well. Yet the myth endures. Writers and artists have returned to it for centuries. Dante references Arachne in the Inferno, suspended in her own web. Ovid tells a tale with sympathy in the Metamorphoses. Modern poets and feminists have reclaimed her as a symbol of silent genius. She is everywhere, really. Every time a girl draws something controversial and is told to be nice. Every time an artist is told to stay in their lane. Every time someone in power bristles at uncomfortable truth told beautifully. Arachne spins still. And Athena, for all her wisdom, remains a cautionary tale in her own right. Her legacy is not just the olive tree or the city named for her. It is also the silence she tried to impose. The truth she couldn't bear to see made real. So the next time you see a spider's web, fragile, geometric, gleaming in the dawn, remember the girl who wove gods into truth, who refused to lower her eyes, who paid the price. And remember this too, not all feuds are loud. Some are stitched in silk. Some last forever. Arachne won in the end, not because she lived, but because she was remembered, because she wove what could not be unseen. And Athena, however reluctantly, ensured that the loom would never fall silent again. Among all the divine squabbles and Olympian theatrics, there is perhaps no feud more enduring and more deeply steeped in the peculiar mix of love, pride, and jealousy than the one waged by Hera, queen of the gods. Her battles were not fought with swords or lightning, but with glances, punishments, transformations, and curses. Subtle, symbolic, and, frequently, brutal. And the targets? Almost always women. Women, it must be said, who had the misfortune of catching Zeus's wandering eye. Now, to properly understand Hera's position, let's begin with context. Hera was not merely the wife of Zeus. She was a powerful goddess in her own right, a daughter of Cronus and Rhea, and the goddess of marriage, women, and childbirth. She had dignity. She had status. She had temples and priestesses and sacred animals, notably the peacock and the cow. She was a protector of matrimony and morality. And yet, her mythological legacy is one of near constant bitterness. Why? Because she was married to Zeus, the king of the gods, and a world-class philanderer. Zeus's list of romantic entanglements would make even the most seasoned soap opera writers blush. Nymphs, mortals, titans, even the occasional goddess, none were safe from his attention. And for each of his escapades, Hera responded not by striking Zeus down, which, one might argue, would have been both fair and efficient, but by targeting the women involved, whether they were willing participants or not. This, of course, has puzzled and irritated generations of readers. Why, we ask, didn't Hera punish Zeus? Why turn her divine fury on women who more often than not were victims of trickery, force, or transformation? The answer, if there is one, lies in the strange emotional logic of myth. Hera's wrath wasn't fair. It wasn't rational. It was deeply personal. And in the ancient world, where marriage was about loyalty, status, and dominance, her fury made a kind of mythological sense. So let's take a quiet stroll through some of the pettier, sadder, and more unforgettable moments of Hera's vendetta. Let us begin with Io, a priestess of Hera. Zeus fell in love with her, no surprise there, and, to hide his affair, turned her into a cow. A literal cow, Hera, ever suspicious, demanded the animal as a gift. She then appointed a watchman, Argus, who had 100 eyes, to guard Io. Zeus, being Zeus, sent Hermes to lull Argus to sleep with music and kill him. Hera was livid. She took Argus's eyes and placed them on the tail of the peacock, one of her sacred animals. Then she sent a gadfly to torment poor Io, who, still a cow, wandered across Europe and Asia in misery until she finally reached Egypt and was restored to human form. From priestess to cow, to exile to goddess, a journey dictated by divine infidelity and divine vengeance. Next up, we have Callisto, a follower of Artemis sworn to chastity. Zeus seduced or assaulted her, depending on the version, and she became pregnant. When Hera discovered the affair, she did not confront Zeus. She transformed Callisto into a bear. Eventually, Callisto's son nearly killed her during a hunt. To prevent this, Zeus placed them both in the stars, as the constellations Ursa Major and Ursa Minor. A touching ending, perhaps. But Hera, not to be outdone, was said to have persuaded Oceanus and Tethys never to let those stars bathe in their waters, hence why those constellations never set below the horizon. Even in the heavens, Hera's wrath lingered. Then there was Leto, mother of Apollo and Artemis. Hera, furious that Leto was pregnant by Zeus, banned her from giving birth on any land under the sun. Every island and country turned her away, fearing Hera's vengeance. At last, Leto found Delos, a floating island not anchored to the earth, and gave birth there. Even then, Hera delayed the birth by holding back Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth. Only after 9 agonizing days did the twins arrive. In each of these stories, Hera's fury is relentless, but the most infamous of her targets may be Semele, a mortal woman and the mother of Dionysus. Zeus, enamoured of Semele, visited her in secret. Hera, discovering the affair, disguised herself as an old woman and sowed doubt in Semele's mind. "If Zeus truly loves you," she said slyly, "ask him to reveal himself in his true divine form." Semele, trusting in her lover, did exactly that. Zeus, bound by a promise, appeared in his full glory, thunder, lightning, radiance, and Semele was incinerated on the spot. Zeus, to salvage the situation, rescued the unborn child and stitched him into his own thigh. Thus, Dionysus was born. Twice born, actually. And Hera, once again, was left to stew. She did not stop there. Hera pursued Dionysus throughout his youth, driving him mad, exiling him, and making his followers suffer. She drove the mortal woman Ino insane for fostering the infant god. Her fury was a flood, affecting not just her rivals, but their children, their friends, their cities. She once drove Heracles, son of Zeus and Alcmene, into a madness so fierce that he killed his own wife and children. This was not a one-off punishment, it was a lifelong vendetta. Even after death, Hera's feud with Heracles continued. But perhaps the most chilling example of Hera's pettiness is the story of Echo. Echo was a mountain nymph with a lovely voice and a tendency to talk too much. She was also a useful distraction. When Zeus visited the nymphs, Echo kept Hera busy with long-winded conversations, allowing Zeus to sneak away. When Hera discovered the trick, she cursed Echo to only repeat the last word spoken to her. Echo's voice, once her greatest gift, was reduced to mimicry. She would later fall in love with the beautiful Narcissus, but unable to speak her feelings, she faded away until only her voice remained. So, what do we make of all this? On one hand, Hera's actions are, undeniably, petty. She punishes women for Zeus's misdeeds. She lashes out not at the source of her pain, but at its symbols. She is vindictive, unrelenting, and frankly, terrifying. And yet, Hera is also tragic. She is the goddess of marriage in a marriage that is perpetually broken. She is bound to Zeus not just by love, but by mythology, by the structure of the divine order. She cannot leave, she cannot punish him, so she strikes where she can. Her wrath is the wrath of someone who has been repeatedly humiliated, yet must still play the role of queen. She is expected to stand tall, dignified, serene, while her husband cavorts with mortals and immortals alike. Her feud, in a way, is not with individual women. It is with the system that traps her. Of course, myth doesn't excuse her behaviour. Her victims are often innocent. Her vengeance ruins lives. But it does make her story more complex. Hera isn't simply a villain. She's a symbol of how power, pain, and pride entangle. She embodies a very specific kind of fury, one that simmers beneath the surface, elegant and poised until it boils over. The ancient Greeks saw her not just as cruel, but as a guardian of oaths, a deity who reminded mortals and gods of the sanctity of promises. She punished not just infidelity, but betrayal. And perhaps that's why her rage endures. It's not just about jealousy. It's about betrayal of loyalty, the violation of trust, the breaking of sacred vows. Hera's feud with her rivals isn't just emotional, it's ideological. She cannot strike Zeus, so she strikes what he values. And in doing so, she asserts her power in the only way allowed to her. Her temples remained among the most revered in the Greek world. At Samos, Argos, and Olympia, she was worshipped with grandeur. She was not feared alone, she was respected. Queens and brides invoked her name. Her presence loomed large in wedding rituals and state ceremonies, because even in her pettiness, Hera remained the queen. And what is a queen? In mythology, if not a paradox? Loved and feared, dignified and wrathful, bound and unyielding. Hera's feud was eternal, but so was her influence. In the end, she outlasted many of her rivals. Io became a goddess in Egypt. Callisto rose to the stars. Semele died. Leto gave birth to powerful gods. But Hera remained on Olympus, watching, judging, unforgiving. She was the storm behind the throne, the thunder beneath the crown. And though her targets changed, her fury never did. Greek mythology is not known for its warm family stories. If you're looking for examples of sibling affection, stable marriages, or happy inheritances, you would do better consulting a different canon entirely, perhaps something involving woodland creatures. But in terms of familial catastrophe, no line suffers more richly, repeatedly, and bloodily than the House of Atreus. To enter their world is to enter a multi-generational horror story laced with betrayal, murder, cannibalism, and divine vengeance. Every child of this family inherits not only a kingdom, but a legacy soaked in ancestral guilt. Even by mythological standards, their saga reads like a curse that festers across centuries. So for tonight, we turn down the oil lamp, settle into our most uncomfortable cloak, and drift into the quiet but relentless doom of one of the most cursed families in myth. It all begins, unsurprisingly, with a quarrel over power. At the root of the Atreid curse is Tantalus, a king favoured by the gods. He was even allowed to dine with them, an unthinkable honour for a mortal. But naturally he abused this privilege. In one version of his story, he steals ambrosia and nectar from the gods and shares it with mortals. In another, far darker account, he kills his own son, Pelops, chops him up, and serves him to the gods as a stew, just to see if they'll notice. It was a culinary challenge the gods did not appreciate. Most of them were, thankfully, wise to the trick. They refused to eat. All except Demeter, who, distracted by grief over her daughter Persephone, ate a portion of Pelops' shoulder. When the truth was revealed, the gods reassembled Pelops and replaced the missing bit with a shoulder of ivory. He was resurrected, gleaming and whole. Tantalus, meanwhile, was punished eternally in the underworld. His name lives on in the word tantalize, for he stands in a pool of water he can't drink, beneath fruit he can't reach. But the damage had already begun. The family was marked. Pelops, now back among the living, grew up to be a handsome and ambitious man. He sought the hand of Hippodamia, daughter of King Oenomaus. The king, however, wasn't keen on marrying her off. Every suitor had to race him in a chariot, and everyone lost and was executed. Pelops, not keen to die, turned to Poseidon, who once had a fondness for him, and received a divine chariot. He also, and here the myth gets murky, either bribed or seduced the king's charioteer, Myrtilus, asking him to sabotage the wheels. Oenomaus crashed and died. Pelops, victorious, married Hippodamia. But when Myrtilus expected a reward, Pelops killed him, hurling him into the sea. As he drowned, Myrtilus cursed Pelops and all his descendants. That's curse number 2. Pelops and Hippodamia had many children, including Atreus and Thyestes, the next bearers of doom. These 2 brothers would continue the fine family tradition of betrayal, rivalry, and bloodshed. When the throne of Mycenae became vacant, the brothers jostled for power. Atreus was chosen to rule, but Thyestes seduced Atreus's wife and stole a golden ram, a symbol of divine favour, and claimed the throne. Atreus, upon discovering this treachery, did not respond with diplomacy. He pretended to reconcile. He invited Thyestes to a grand feast. Thyestes arrived, ate heartily, and then learned, too late, that the meal had been made from the flesh of his own sons. Yes, it's one of these feasts again. Atreus revealed the severed heads and hands of the boys after the meal, just to make the trauma complete. Thyestes fled in horror, and the gods, not surprisingly, were appalled. The curse deepened. Eventually Thyestes, through an oracle's advice, realized that to truly avenge himself, he would have to father a child with his own daughter, Pelopeia. That child, born of incest and revenge, was Aegisthus. Meanwhile, Atreus raised Aegisthus as his own, unaware of the child's true origin. When Aegisthus grew up and learned the truth, he murdered Atreus, thus completing Thyestes' vengeance. From there, we enter the age of Atreus' sons, Agamemnon and Menelaus, heroes of the Trojan War. Menelaus, of course, is most famous for being the wronged husband of Helen, whose abduction by Paris sparked the war. But it's Agamemnon, the elder brother, who takes centre stage in the family's continued unravelling. Agamemnon married Clytemnestra, sister of Helen. When the Trojan War broke out, he led the Greek forces. But en route to Troy, the fleet was becalmed at Aulis. The seer Calchas declared that the only way to appease the gods was to sacrifice Agamemnon's daughter, Iphigenia. Agamemnon agreed. He lured Iphigenia to Aulis under the pretense of a wedding and then sacrificed her. In some versions, Artemis spares her at the last moment. In others, she dies. But regardless of the version, the betrayal enraged Clytemnestra. While Agamemnon was away fighting for 10 years, Clytemnestra took Aegisthus. Yes, the same Aegisthus, son of Thyestes and Pelopeia, as her lover. When Agamemnon returned from Troy, triumphant and burdened with spoils, including the prophetess Cassandra, daughter of Priam, he expected a hero's welcome. Instead, he was murdered. In some accounts, Clytemnestra stabs him in the bath. In others, she nets him like a fish, and Aegisthus finishes the job. Cassandra, cursed to always speak true but never be believed, prophesies the doom but is ignored, and killed too. This sets the stage for the next generation, Orestes, son of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra. As a boy, Orestes was spirited away to safety. When he reached adulthood, he returned to avenge his father, and he did by killing his own mother. This act, while noble by the logic of revenge, placed him in a terrible bind. He was guilty of matricide, a crime so severe it was considered unnatural, even for myth. The Furies, ancient goddesses of vengeance, descended upon Orestes. They chased him across Greece, driving him mad. He sought refuge in Delphi, and Apollo offered vague comfort. But only a trial in Athens, presided over by Athena herself, could resolve the matter. This moment marks the mythical beginning of law triumphing over blood vengeance. The jury was split. Athena cast the deciding vote. Orestes was acquitted. It was a turning point in the mythos, a transition from eternal cycles of revenge to structured justice. But still, the blood-soaked legacy of the house of Atreus remained. The sins of the fathers and mothers never vanished. They were inherited like dusty thrones and cursed swords. We must ask, what drives this chain of suffering? The gods? Certainly, divine meddling plays a role, but often the gods simply amplify what's already in motion: jealousy, ambition, desire. What truly sustains the curse is the refusal to forgive, the insistence on revenge as virtue. Every generation inherits a scar and then deepens it. There are echoes of this pattern in many cultures: family curses, generational trauma, the idea that what is unresolved does not disappear. It festers. The Atreid saga speaks to the horror of being born into a narrative already in progress, one that demands your participation whether you want it or not. And yet, myth offers glimmers of hope. Orestes' trial suggests that the cycle can end, that justice can replace vengeance, that healing, however faint, is possible. But the House of Atreus also reminds us that endings come slowly, that even acquittal doesn't erase pain. The Furies, appeased by Athena, become the Eumenides, the kindly ones. Their role changes from vengeance to protection. It is a poetic shift. The very forces that once destroyed now preserve. In the ancient world, such stories weren't cautionary tales in the modern sense. They were explanations for the world's cruelty. Why do innocent people suffer? Why does history repeat itself? The answer: the past is never really past. And so we sit, watching the fire flicker, and listen for the tread of doomed footsteps. A banquet prepared, a net tightened, a voice warning but unheard. The House of Atreus is not merely a myth, it's a mirror, a reminder that family legacies can be burdens, that justice requires courage, that cycles can break, but only at great cost. And perhaps, above all, it reminds us that sometimes, to survive a curse, we must choose not to pass it on. Our descent into doomed dynasties concludes with perhaps the most infamous cursed figure of all. Oedipus, the man who solved a riddle, became king, and unknowingly fulfilled a prophecy so dreadful that it echoes through literature and psychology to this day. The Oedipus myth is not only a tale of fate and misfortune, it is a study in how the pursuit of truth, no matter how noble, can lead to ruin when the truth is more terrible than ignorance. Let us now dim the oil lamp, draw close to the hearth, and tread carefully into the city of Thebes, where the gods play their cruel games, and no man escapes his appointed path. Oedipus was born the son of King Laius and Queen Jocasta of Thebes. At his birth, an oracle declared that he would one day kill his father and marry his mother. This was not the sort of news one celebrates with a feast and a toast. Horrified, Laius ordered the infant to be taken into the wilderness and abandoned. To ensure the deed was done, Oedipus's ankles were pierced and bound, a cruel detail that would mark him forever. The servant entrusted with the task, however, could not go through with it, and instead gave the child to a shepherd, who in turn delivered him to the childless king and queen of Corinth, Polybus and Merope, who raised him as their own. And so, Oedipus grew up believing he was a Corinthian prince, destined for kingship. He was clever, strong, and confident. But one day, at a feast, a drunkard hinted that he was not the true son of Polybus. Disturbed, Oedipus sought out the oracle at Delphi to learn the truth. As oracles often do, it answered not the question he asked, but the one he feared most. You are fated to kill your father and marry your mother. Appalled, Oedipus resolved never to return to Corinth, believing Polybus and Merope to be his real parents. In an effort to outmaneuver destiny, he walked directly into it. On his way to Thebes, at a narrow place in the road, somewhere between coincidence and cruel design, Oedipus met an old man and his entourage. A dispute arose, tempers flared, and Oedipus, ever quick to anger, slew the travellers. One of them was, unbeknownst to him, his true father, King Laius. Having unwittingly committed patricide, Oedipus continued on to Thebes. The city was under siege, not by armies, but by a sphinx, a creature with the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the face of a woman. The sphinx posed a riddle to all who passed, and those who failed to answer correctly were devoured. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? She asked. Oedipus replied, Man, who crawls as a baby, walks on 2 legs as an adult, and uses a cane in old age. The Sphinx, defeated, flung herself from a cliff. Thebes was saved, and its people were grateful. Their king was dead. Their queen, Jocasta, was widowed. And so they offered Oedipus the crown and the hand of the queen. He accepted both. Thus, the prophecy was fulfilled. Oedipus had killed his father and married his mother, but neither he nor Jocasta knew it. Years passed. Thebes flourished under Oedipus's rule. He and Jocasta had 4 children, 2 sons, Eteocles and Polynices, and 2 daughters, Antigone and Ismene. All seemed well until a second plague struck the city. Crops withered, livestock perished, and women stopped bearing children. The people cried out to the gods for relief. The oracle at Delphi was consulted once more. The message was clear. The plague would not lift until the murderer of King Laius was found and punished. Eager to save his city, Oedipus swore to uncover the truth. He called upon Tiresias, the blind prophet of Apollo. Tiresias was reluctant to speak, but when pressed he declared, You are the one you seek. Oedipus, horrified and disbelieving, accused the prophet of treason. He suspected a plot. Perhaps Creon, Jocasta's brother, sought the throne, but Jocasta urged him to calm himself. Oracles were not always to be trusted, she said. After all, she and Laius had once received a prophecy that their son would kill his father. But the child had died, and Laius had been killed by bandits at a crossroads. At which point Oedipus paled. He, too, had killed a man at a crossroads. The timing, the location, the number of attendants, everything matched. Soon, a messenger from Corinth arrived with more news. King Polybus had died. Oedipus rejoiced, believing he had escaped the first half of the prophecy. But then the messenger added, almost casually, You were adopted, you know. He had been given to Polybus by a shepherd from Thebes, the same shepherd who had once served King Laius. The last piece fell into place. Jocasta, realizing the truth, fled to her chamber and hanged herself. Oedipus followed shortly after and found her body. In his agony, he took the gold pins from her dress and blinded himself, driving them into his eyes with the ferocity of grief. Thus the prophecy was complete, not through malice or evil, but through fate's slow, deliberate weaving. Oedipus, now blind and broken, begged to be exiled. Creon, who assumed power, granted the request. Oedipus left Thebes, led by his daughter Antigone, to live out his days as a wandering outcast. His story did not end with exile. Eventually, he arrived at Colonus, near Athens, where he found sanctuary. There, according to myth, Oedipus was granted a peaceful death and buried in a secret place known only to the gods. His grave became a source of protection for the land, a strange reward for a life of immense suffering. But Oedipus's curse did not die with him. His sons, Eteocles and Polynices, quarrelled over the throne. When Polynices was exiled and returned with an army, the two brothers killed each other in battle. Antigone, ever faithful, defied the king's orders and buried her brother. For this, she was sentenced to death, walled alive in a tomb. Her betrothed, Creon's son, took his own life in despair. His mother, Creon's wife, followed. In the house of Oedipus, tragedy was not a single storm. It was a deluge that consumed generations. So what are we to make of this tale? Oedipus is not a villain. He does not act with cruelty or ill intent. He is intelligent, brave, and earnest. He saves Thebes. He seeks justice. And yet he is doomed, not by his actions, but by his origins. His story poses uncomfortable questions. Can one escape fate? Is it better not to know? What is the cost of truth? Greek audiences would have known the story well. They didn't come to be surprised. They came to watch the inevitability unfold, to feel the weight of fate, to ask, what would I have done? In later philosophy, especially among the Stoics, the tale was interpreted as a lesson in accepting one's destiny. Oedipus suffers not because he is evil, but because he resists what has already been decreed. For modern minds, the story became something else entirely. Sigmund Freud saw in Oedipus the hidden desires of the unconscious mind. The Oedipus complex, the idea that children harbour repressed feelings for their parents, transformed a myth into a psychological framework. It was controversial, of course, and still debated today. But it shows the enduring power of the myth. What is it about Oedipus that stays with us? Perhaps it's the irony, the man who seeks the truth only to destroy himself with it, or the idea that our greatest virtues, intelligence, bravery, honesty, can also lead us to ruin. Or maybe it's the quiet horror of discovering that the life you built, the family you love, the person you believe yourself to be, is founded on a secret so terrible it can never be undone. And yet, there's something noble in Oedipus's fall. He does not run from his guilt. He does not deny it. He accepts it. He punishes himself. He begs to be cast out. In a way, he restores order, not through might, but through accountability. His story ends not in vengeance, but in atonement. As we leave the candlelight of myth and step back into the stillness of our modern rooms, Oedipus remains with us. A figure of tragedy, yes, but also of profound humanity. He teaches us that ignorance is not always bliss, that the past, no matter how deeply buried, will rise. That truth, once seen, cannot be unseen, and that sometimes, to find peace, we must be willing to face the darkest parts of ourselves.